Distinguished ladies and gentlemen,
very good morning to you, ladies and gentlemen.
Well, on behalf of today's celebrant, the author of the book Understanding Nigeria, the Toyin Falola network, Toyin Falola network, and the convener of this event, I want to welcome all of us, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to this historic and epoch-making event.
Can we please put our hands together for ourselves? Can you please put your hands together? Put your hands together. For starters, I'd like to say that an event like this is one that does not happen every time. One, because we are not only coming here to celebrate a living legend, we are coming here to discuss basically issues pertaining our dear country, our dear beloved country, Nigeria. Mind you, it also doubles as the book presentation of Understanding Modern Nigeria, Ethnicity, Democracy, and Development. So if you are listening to my voice and you are excited to be here today, excited to be a part of this push, excited to be a part of this wave of something new that is going to not only sweep Nigeria but Africa at large, can you please put your hands together for yourself? Now, if I was to walk amongst the crowd and say, okay, I'll give this mic to someone to say a few words about today's honoree, trust me, I'm pretty sure we would literally exhaust today's event just talking about the honoree. Why? Because he's a man who has not only contributed immensely to academic development in Nigeria and the world at large, he's also someone who has contributed immensely to personnel development of people, and in turn development of Nigeria at large. However, I wouldn't be doing that because of our time, and we would be moving on to the recitation of opening prayer.
National anthem.
We would be moving on to the Nigerian national anthem. I'll please implore us to please stand as we take the Nigerian national anthem. A resounding applause for our country, Nigeria.
The next item
on the agenda is the opening prayers. And to lead us
please welcome Professor Olajumoke Yakub Haliso as she gives us the opening prayer. Thank you.
May I please crave our indulgence to rise again as we recite together the second stanza of our national anthem. O God of all creation. 1, 2, go. O God of all creation, direct our noble path. Guide thou our leaders right. Help our youth the truth to know. In love and honesty to grow. And living just and true, great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. Amen. Please be seated.
Thank you very much, Prof, for that opening prayer. I'll quickly like to recognize some distinguished and eminent personalities that we have here today, and please permit me in no particular order. I'll just recognize very distinguished personalities here present, and the very first on my list is a distinguished political scientist, my teacher for that matter. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Adigun Agbaje, one-time Deputy Vice Chancellor, University of Ibadan. very close to him is another great intellectual, formed in the crucible of radical tradition, pioneer occupier of Obasikiru Adetona Chair of Governance at Olabisi Onabanjo University, Agoiwe. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome that seasoned columnist, Professor Ayo Olukotun. A distinguished historian, engaging and consummate intellectual. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome Professor Akin Alao. It is my pleasure to recognize my teacher, mentor, benefactor, distinguished intellectual, seasoned administrator, one-time DG CBAC, now Provost Anti-Corruption Institute, Abuja. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Tunde Babawale. We also have in the audience another eminent scholar, the sitting Vice Chancellor of Fountain University, Oshogbo, Professor Amidu Sani. Also here is a renowned filmmaker, intellectual in his own right, and very soon he will be honored as promised by the celebrant for today's occasion. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Tunde Kilani, TK. The convener for today's event, a distinguished scholar, an academic par excellence. He is of the Department of History here at the University of Ibadan and is the convener for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Olutayo Adesina. In the audience is a literary giant, one-time president of the Academy of Letters, distinguished scholar. Please welcome Professor Francis Egbokari. It is also my pleasure to recognize another distinguished professor, now at Babcock University. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Olajumoke Yakubu Haliso. It's a honor and privilege to recognize the presence of another eminent scholar, Professor Michael Afolayan is in the hall. Thank you very much for coming. It is my pleasure to also recognize the presence of another distinguished Nigerian, seasoned administrator. Please welcome Dr. Bola Dauda. Well, let me assure you that we'll keep recognizing our distinguished and eminent guests as they come into the hall. Now let me quickly introduce to you our royal father. Deliberately, I am saving this time to recognize our royal father, who's not only a scholar but also an intellectual in his own right. He is a humanist, a philanthropist, a lover of the downtrodden. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome this barrister at law, who is also a royal barrister, Oba Dr. Dokun Abolari, the Aroyin Keye the First, the Orogun of Okela. You're welcome to this event. We are so very glad to have you here. For those of you who may not know, kábíyèsí kádé pẹ́ lórí, kí bàtà pẹ́ lẹ́sẹ̀, kí ẹṣin ọba ó jókòó pẹ́ pẹ́ pẹ́, is the founder of that school that went viral some time ago, where indigent but brilliant students are put together and are being educated free of charge here in a country where priorities are often misplaced. It's my pleasure to also recognize another distinguished scholar who has written enormously on various aspects of the Nigerian society. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Mukhtar Bunza, who is the Commissioner for Higher Education in Kebbi State. Your Excellency, you're welcome to this occasion. Now to the man of every moment. You know what is often said is man of the moment, but the person I'm going to recognize is a man of every moment. Ebullient in his own right, distinguished scholar, enigmatic personality, academic giant, professor of professors, a living legend. Yesterday he was described as a prodigious intellectual, an extraordinary academic, a man of many firsts, including being awarded the first Doctor of Letters, academic Doctor of Letters, a scholar of enormous and abundant talent, a man of gargantuan literary prowess, imbued with an Himalayan sense of humor, ebullient, mysterious, mystifying, courageous, dedicated, hardworking, loyal, diligent, convivial, humane. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for Professor Toyin Falola. You can take over.
Recognition, they say, is a continuous process. Recognition, they say, is a continuous process. And I would like to be assisted by one of the ushers, as I would be inviting some distinguished guests to the white chairs tagged reserved. So I would really love if an usher would come to this side of the hall and direct them to the white chairs. Joining us on this side of the hall, can we please put our hands together as we make welcome Dr. Tunde Kilani. Please put your hands together for him. In like manner, I would like to make welcome the first guest speaker for today's event to this side of the hall. With a resounding applause, let us make welcome Professor Nwolise OBC. Also joining us on this side of the hall is the second speaker for today's event. Let us make welcome Professor Olufunke Adeboye. Joining us on this side of the hall once more is none other than the distinguished Professor Tunde Babawale. in like manner, would like to make welcome the presence of Professor Jide Oweye of Leeds City University. We would also like to make welcome to the front Professor Ayo Olukotun. Also welcoming to this side of the hall is Professor Shotunsha Bolade. Please put your hands together. Now, with a resounding applause and a standing ovation, let us make welcome the honoree of today's event, as he joins us on this side of the hall. Please put your hands together. Falola. Please put your hands together. Please put your hands together. Please put your hands together. Moving on quickly to the order of today's event, we'll be having a spoken word performance. Now, art, they say, is the window with which we communicate to our soul. Art and its various expressions, be it music, spoken word, as we're about to have now, and various expressions of art. There are ways with which we not only communicate to our human persona, but also unlock certain parts of us. And we'll be having someone come here to give us a spoken word piece. She has a Bachelor's of Arts in the University of Ado-Ekiti, now Ekiti State University, a Master's of Arts in the University of Ibadan. She is the phonics consultant and author of many children's book and literary texts. She is a poet and a lover of books. With a resounding applause, let us make welcome for our spoken word piece, Busayo Fakunle. Please put your hands together for her as she comes forward.
Okay, you're surprised to see Haman. Okay, I want to stand on the existing protocol. Good morning, everyone. My name is Busayo Fakunle. Actually, I want to read a poem. But before I do that, I quickly want to also remind this distinguished audience that exactly today, November 18, 2018, Professor Francis Eguhare said something very, very spectacular on the Splash FM. He did an interview, and he has this to say. He said, Nigeria is in a state of suspended animation. Our universities are not as relevant as they should be today. They lack ideological focus and do not understand the critical needs of the Nigerian state. Hence, they are not responding to these needs. The university system as it is currently run cannot produce good Nigerians. So, in respect to what we have today, I also would like to read a poem targeted at why Nigeria is a sick country. But of course, you agree with me that we have a role to play. I'll read this. Ours is a sick country, a sick land of depressed souls, widows, and orphans, wallowing in abject poverty and pains, wishing death comes early. Ours is a sick land of unconscious leaders and political prostitutes, portraying lackadaisical attitudes to our suffering, towards the suffering of the masses. Ours is a sick land of beautiful minds, minds that are bought with a penny and love to live in penury. Ours is a sick land of association that goes on strikes, selling her children's futures to leaders that loot the treasury and carry coffins of dreams by their heel act daily. Ours is a sick land of people of different races who only imagine peace and harvest pains as dividends of democracy. Ours is a sick land that rots, that stinks of innocent blood of brethren. Ours is a sick land of people who kill and kidnap kids, peers, peaceful gathering into pieces with bullets, bombs, and grenades. Yes, today, ours is a sick land. But we will rise. We will rise to raise the fallen flag again. We will strive to see this land live again. We won't lose hope, for Nigeria is a promising land. We will win this war, waged by selfish ones. We will work and make Nigeria work. Thank you very much.
Can we please give him another round of applause? Can we please give him another round of applause? When we hear pieces like this that talk about not only what Nigeria is facing now, but the hope Nigeria has in the coming years, it not only uplifts our soul, but it gives us a promise that indeed Nigeria is on track to being better. For instance, I'm a stout believer in Nigeria, and I believe that Nigeria is a country we all should fight for. We are all going to stay here in Nigeria and fight for Nigeria. We are not going to travel out. We're going to stay here and make Nigeria better here in Nigeria. No place is like home. No flag is like green, white, green. So if anybody comes to me to preach the gospel of traveling out or what they call japa, I'll just be like, no! Keep it to yourself. This is my country. If you are with me on this, please put your hands together for yourself. Put your hands together. We are staying here together. Thank you. Moving on, we'll be going to the speech to be delivered by the convener of today's event. Mind you, an event like this, to hold and run smoothly, a lot of people would have put in time, effort, resources to bring in all these things together. However, this group of people, at their forefront is the convener of today's event. And we'll be welcoming with a resounding applause to this side of the hall, the convener of today's event, as he gives in speech. Now, ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding applause, let us make welcome to this side of the hall as he delivers in speech. He is of the Department of History, the University of Ibadan, and a convener for this great event. Put your hands together as we make welcome none other than Professor Olutayo Adeshina. Please put your hands together for him.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Kabiyesi, fellow Nigerians, on behalf of the Department of History, University of Ibadan, and the entire university. I take this opportunity to welcome all of you to this august occasion, and I am sure that because of our concern for this country, we are going to find this event and this occasion extremely memorable. And I am standing in front of you to also recommend that in finding answers to the conundrum that is the Nigerian state, we must all get a copy of this wonderful book so as to be able to begin the process of not only understanding this country, but also healing this country. It is significant to note that Professor Toyin Falola has put together a volume that is going to help us to create a new country that would make all of us live in peace and prosperity. Well, the book is Understanding Modern Nigeria, Ethnicity, Democracy, and Development. I have a clear understanding of the passion of Professor Falola for this country. We have been together for a long time. I belong to the tribe of people he taught first in the 100 level after his PhD. And so I am one of the long line of those he mentored right from his Ife days. I can read his mind like I read his books. And so, ladies and gentlemen, once again, sit back, relax, switch off your phones so that they don't continue to bother you from outside. We sit down together here, listen to those who are going to discuss the issues of Nigeria. And at the end of the day, I am sure Nigeria can still be salvaged. Once again, welcome and enjoy yourself. Thank you.
We surely can do better than that. Can we please give a resounding applause to the convener of today's event, ladies and gentlemen. Before we have the Bata dance presentation or Bata dance performance, if I may, I would like to recognize the presence of some people in our midst. Mind you, I said earlier, recognition at today's event is a continuous process. Recognition at today's event is a continuous process. So we would definitely be doing more recognitions as they come. Without wasting time, we have in our midst a media practitioner. Mind you, I would say anywhere and everywhere that media is indeed the language of the future. Why? The amount of influence that media has in not only culture, lifestyle, media has a great effect even on things like politics, administration, and what have you. So, a man who has mastered media is a man who has mastered people. Today's event, we have the pleasure of having in our midst a political scientist and the creative director of Twinkle, which is a development media project. He also teaches broadcasting in the Dominican University here in Ibadan. He is an on-air personality, a journalist par excellence. He has a political talk program, State Affairs, which runs on Splash FM and Bush Radio, which is a podcast. Can we please put our hands together for none other than a voice we are all familiar with in the Ibadan airspace, Edmond Obilo. Please put your hands together for him. Now, when I said Edmond Obilo, a lot of us would have known the name, but would have not been sure of the face. You know, looking at him, he looks very gentle and calm. But on radio. Okay, Okay, in like manner, we also have another media juggernaut in our midst. Nigeria is said to be the giant of Africa. And I'm a believer in that, because indeed we are the giant of Africa. Not only are we large in terms of population, we are large in terms of impact and influence in the world at large. And when you are talking about industries that Nigeria has excelled in, you would know that Nollywood happens to be the second largest producer of movies after Hollywood. Fact. And we are joined today by someone who has indeed carved his name in the Nollywood industry as a producer, filmmaker, director, actor par excellence. Ladies and gentlemen, we are graced with the presence of the CEO of Golden Effects Pictures, a Nigerian film and production company. With a resounding applause, let us recognize and make welcome none other than Kunle Afolayan. So, after today's event, if there is a movie titled Understanding Modern Nigeria, you would understand where it came from. Are you with me? Good. We'll be having the first performance by the Bata performers. Okay. We'll be having the first performance by the Bata performance. But before we have that, we would first have the first speaker come up and address us. And the first speaker will be followed immediately by the Bata performance. The first speaker will be followed immediately by the Bata performance. I remember back in primary school when I was a professional dancer. Before my back became... Moving on, the first speaker for today's event, OBC, Unwolise, just retired from the Department of Political Science, University of Ibadan. He was the head of department between 2011 and 2016, a professor par excellence and a professor of political science, but opened up to a novel field in 2012 in the area of spiritual security studies and strategic spiritual intelligence. Can we please put our hands together as we make welcome the first speaker for today's event, Professor OBC Unwolise. Please put your hands together.
Thank you very much, my brother. The author and honorary, Kabiyesi, I salute you. Senior professors, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Understanding modern Nigeria, ethnicity, democracy, and development. That is the menu before us. I will attest to the fact that Professor Falola did an excellent intellectual work, because I have read the book, even though it's vast, almost 700 pages. Karl Marx and his men said philosophers have interpreted the world. What is remaining is to change it. I don't know if they looked at the forces controlling the world to be able to assess whether the world was changeable at their time and even today. The book has 6 parts. Parts 1 and 2 enables us to understand Nigeria's history, how they chose federalism, as well as our religious and political pluralism that influence our institutions and practices today. Part 3 focuses on the issues of ethnicity, democracy, and governance. Before writing on democracy, I think he believes Nigeria is a democracy. he has constitutional right to his views. But I know that for the past 20 years, I've insisted that this country is not a democracy, it's not a federation, it's not a republic, it's not a nation. I also have constitutional right to my views, as he has to his own views. But we can debate that after today. Part 4 deals in the outcome of the issues of ethnicity, democracy, and governance, as well as the outcomes. He mentioned several: poverty, violence, hunger, human rights violations, terrorism, insurgency, militancy, separatist agitations, corruption, marching backwards, what we call de-development, deeply divided nation, bad governance. Part 5, he put forth recommendations for change or transformation of the country. Part 6 concludes the book with more discussions and recommendations. Problems identified by the book: ethnicity, which is affecting political parties and selection or election, depending on which you prefer, into the presidency. Absence of values, false federalism, purposeless leadership, exclusionism. And he emphasized the fact, particularly from page 605 to 606, that governments have been undermining minorities in this country. He mentioned dysfunctional educational system from page 606, and that education is not our priority. Illiterates, therefore, cannot question leaders and their sufferings. Instead, they are made to believe that whatever is the failure of government with the combination of religions, brainwashing, is what God has designed. In other words, misapplication of religion. Karl Marx and his men taught us that religion is the opium of the masses. And so whatever are the failures of government, he said, are presented as God's wish. He mentioned neglect of agriculture and our reliance on oil, the absence of economic diversification. As a secondary class 3 student, I don't know how many of us here read O-level a while in those days. In those days, I'm sure Kabesi is smiling, I'm sure he read it. We started hearing of economic diversification in the 60s. And here we are, 2021. We're still talking of absence of economic diversification. Tells you failure of leadership. Over the years, purposeless leadership that he mentioned. And then he talked about insecurity, especially how it affects global investment. They keep telling us every day about investments coming in. Who wants to invest in an insecure environment? Deception. Deception. I didn't see mention of some problems. Or maybe my binoculars were not functioning very well. Maybe they are somewhere. Lack of respect for knowledge. This country, even from the colonial times, because those of us who did O-level government, there used to be a popular question: why did the colonial masters hate the educated elite? It used to be a very popular question in those days for those of us who did government. And that hatred of educated elite has continued to today. Knowledge is not respected in this country. We need to mark that. And until our leaders begin to respect knowledge, begin to respect research, this country will go nowhere. It will not go nowhere. You look at our schools, look at our budget, even in the military, R&D, how much they get? Zero. We consume what others research into and produce. There is no reference to Bismarck's iron and blood policy. In other words, our political leaders from the days of Lugard preferred to use the sledgehammer to kill even mosquitoes and flies. The country has no culture of dialogue. Even when they dialogue, when they are forced to, like when they sit us down for years, continue negotiating. After that, no respect for any agreement. So you go home, after 2 years, you start saying again, and they say, come for another dialogue. You talk, you go home. No respect. They prefer to use the military to solve simple problems that dialogue would have solved. I hope the Lekki report will teach this country and its leaders some lesson. If they learn nothing from it, this country is gone. No recognition of the police as the lead agency for internal security. Please, when you reach home, check your constitution. The functions of the Nigerian police are not even in our constitution. The functions of the military are in the constitution. The police is not respected, equipped, trained, and oriented as the lead agency for internal security. It's part of our problem today, because the military is being used as before to solve simple internal security problems. Recommendations. I looked at his recommendations, the content, significance, and efficacy. In other words, if we all are citizens of Nigeria, get our leaders to handle the recommendations in the book, will our problems be solved? That is why I talked of content, significance, and efficacy. He recommended return to secularity. That's what we agreed, or they agreed, that this country is a secular nation. But it's not being followed. So he's saying this country should be returned to the principle of secularity. He recommended handover to youths. And I questioned, have we groomed the youths? The youths that we use as thugs. We have no counterculture for the youths, no counterculture program. We call them lazy elements, and we call them hoodlums. These are our youths. We call them hoodlums. They say in Africa, our ancestors taught us that if a man calls his wife a basket, then the neighbors will use the basket to carry rubbish. So if we call our youths hoodlums, who respects them outside this country? He recommended effective use of national and human resources. Good. Where are the programs for human resource development in this country? Even the schools. Where are the facilities and programs for development? Are we not just turning out academic youths? He recommended return to agriculture. Excellent. That's what kept us in the First Republic. Oil came, we abandoned it. Economic diversification. We have mentioned that. Pursuit of emotional, psychological, and economic security. Good. But I also asked, what of spiritual security? We should not be running away for these things. Because those we call criminals, even the terrorists that are challenging the integrity of the state and its defense and security agencies, they also apply spiritual warfare. It took us time to convince the military what was happening in the northeast, that our army was not only fighting insurgents, terrorists on conventional warfare basis. Our army was fighting guerrilla warfare. They were fighting terrorism. They were fighting spiritual warfare. They tried to run away from this until it dawned on them. When you are shooting a Boko Haram element and he's marching on you, what do you think is happening? And so when they started saying our soldiers were running away from battle, they were cowards, I said, no. Our soldiers, they're not cowards. Equip them. Let them know what the Boko Haram elements know. And then they can fight. If you don't equip them, they will run away from battle. He recommended the use of Africans in the diaspora and national icons to rebrand Nigeria. That is also very good. But if you are rebranding and your political leaders are destroying what you are doing, destroying the image of the nation, the rebranding will yield nothing. He recommended the eradication of corruption, page 621. But I didn't see the strategies. Does he believe in death penalty? I didn't see the strategies. My brother Edmond Obilo is there. 2012, I gave a lecture to Shagamai's Club when we talked about the culture of naming and shaming, graduated punishment for political corruption, ranging from some years to life imprisonment and to death penalty. And some people said that was wicked. One man stopped me at Dubai one day and said he heard what I was saying. In short, Edmond Obilo's radio was saying I said something, killing people. I said, okay, wait. Let us assume you have one son, the only son you have. That son got sick in the midnight. Your neighbor helped you to carry him to hospital. When you got to the hospital, the doctor said, don't worry, your son will survive, even though he's very sick. But go and buy ABCD because the drugs are not here. You went out to buy drugs. By the time you came back, your son was dead. If they told you that the officer who ate the money for those drugs should be killed, what will you say? You say, Jack, let's kill all of them. And I said, because it don't touch you. Somebody swallows 200 million that should be used to tar roads, and more than 10 people will die on that road. So we need to know the time. How many minutes? 2 minutes. Okay, no problem. I'll finish. We need to know if the author supports death penalty as done in China or should we continue to do like this? We are fighting corruption. There's no anti-corruption tribunal. Nepotism is the worst type of corruption. He said we should fight injustice and corruption. I said how? Militancy, separatist agitations, even the toll gate, the Lekki toll gate, these were peaceful. They started peacefully. Militants, Adakaboro started peacefully. Nobody listened. Masop started peacefully. Nobody listened. Even the Boko Haram, to this Islamic sect, they started peacefully. Nobody listened until they became violent. The Lekki report is all over. I was reading Tribune, Vanguard. It's all there. These boys were singing national anthem. The boys and girls singing national anthem, carrying Nigerian flag. You went there to shoot them. How do we fight the injustice? How do we fight the corruption? Conclusion. We don't have any political ideology to galvanize the citizens. This country has no national interest. If anybody says we have, I want to see it. Without national interest, there are no social values. I insist this country has no national interest. And that's why everything goes into national interest. It's a basket. 2016, we had a conference. Is it 2016? No, not 2016. I think 2006, sorry. There was a conference organized by the NIA in NIPS, Kuru. I was there. Dr. Balasman of blessed memory was there. He was the chairman of the political committee charged to produce a body of national interest for Nigeria. Babangida, as president, opened that conference. Dr. Balasman said I should join him in the political committee to produce that, what we call Nigeria's national interest. We did, but no red paper, no white paper, no blue paper on it till today. No culture of dialogue. Without that culture of dialogue, without restructuring, without multi-level policing, this country is going nowhere. Finally, to save this country, we should go into national dialogue on how to govern this country, how we want to live together. From the decisions of that dialogue, we get decisions, we get a new constitution before the 2023 election, and then we elect leaders that will hand over to Nigeria's first 11 and to Democrats. This country has been governed for several years, decades, by non-democrats that are running what is supposed to be a democracy. The political leaders need to develop the culture of dialogue, and this country has to respect knowledge and respect educated people. Thank you very much for attention.
Can we keep the applause coming? Keep the applause coming. That, ladies and gentlemen, was the first speaker for today's event, Professor O.B.C. Nwolise. Before we have the Bata performance, remember I said earlier that in today's event, recognition is a continuous process. In today's event, recognition is a continuous process. And while we were listening to our first speaker, While we were listening to the first speaker, we were joined by a publisher extraordinaire. He happens to be the publisher for the famous Alaroye newspaper. Can we please put our hands together for Mr. Alao Adedayo? Welcome, sir. It's always a pleasure to have you. Please come forward, sir. Put your hands together for him as he finds his way to the front. Also, in like manner, we have an academic juggernaut, the provost of the Federal College of Education, Akoka. Put your hands together for Dr. Ademola Aziz. Put your hands together. Put your hands together. Now, for the next 10 minutes, sit back and relax as we are going to be bedazzled and blown away by a bata performance. Are you not entertained? Put your hands together for them once more. Back in the day, dancing was one of my numerous talents. I danced around far and wide. So one of those things. But when you grow, there are some things you just outgrow and like, nah, just exactly. So, bata, we did those things back in the day. I think as far back as the 50s thereabout, we were dancing. We're dancing around Nigeria. Even when the Queen came, I was part of the delegates that received that. But things have changed actually, things have changed. Once more, let's try and get out of the bata dancers. We'll now be moving on to the second speaker for today's event. Ladies and gentlemen, she's a professor of social history in the University of Lagos, Nigeria. Her research interest includes gender in Africa, African historiography, 19th and 20th century Nigerian history, the Pentecostalism in West Africa. Our latest publication, co-edited by A. Adogama and C. Williams, is Fighting in God's Name, Religion and Conflict in Local Global Perspective, Lanham MD Langston Books 2020. She is currently the Dean of Faculty of Arts, University of Lagos. With a resounding applause, let us make welcome none other than Professor Olufunke Adeboye.
Okay, I guess I didn't do that before I started. Thank you. Our father and chairman of the day. They didn't introduce you as chairman, but I guess you are here as chairman. So on my own confirmation, as chairman of the day, Oba Obolari of Okela, we acknowledge you and we appreciate the good work that you are doing in Okela. The Lord will continue to strengthen you. Kade Pelorisa, Kibata Pelorisa, from your life. The author and honoree for today, Professor Toyin Falola, our guest speakers, honorable panelists, distinguished academics in the audience, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen. Today we are presenting the book, Understanding Modern Nigeria. This is not your regular history book. Because as a historian, I read it, I said, this is not your regular history book. This is a book that is born out of the author's passion, devotion, and concern for Nigeria. I know Professor Falola has written numerous books on the history of Nigeria. Conservatively, I could say more than 20 textbooks, not to talk of other chapters and articles on Nigeria. So he has written a lot on Nigeria. And so for him to sit down again and write about understanding modern Nigeria, there is a passion in his heart. And it is that fire that is burning within him that I saw as I read that book. The book is not presented as a final word on the issue of Nigeria. The book is presented as his own contribution to the debate on the problems of Nigeria. And so when I read it, I saw the fruit and results of years of agonizing over various questions on Nigeria. Even though I said it is not a regular history book, but the book is situated in very strong historical context. The historical context for all the issues described are well mapped out. The pre-colonial, the colonial, and the post-colonial context. And so for my own brief comments on the book, I am using the metaphor of the medical doctor. Professor Toyin Falola, in this book, presents himself, even though not visibly, that is the way I read it, that he is writing like a doctor. You know, when you visit your doctor, the doctor interviews you, he tries to identify your symptoms, he asks for the medical history of the patient, and then after making some physical examinations and maybe lab tests, he makes his own diagnosis. He interviews you again on your previous medication. What type of medication have you been taking for these symptoms? And then at the end of the day, he comes out with his own plan of care. Prescribes drugs for you, how long you have to take it, whether you need to come for regular reviews, whether at some point you may need to go for rehabilitation to ensure that the issue is resolved. That was the pattern I see in this book. Professor Falola identified the ailments of Nigeria, numerous problems of Nigeria: corruption, mismanagement of oil and other issues, our environmental challenges, political violence, human rights issues. Several of them are listed there. But two of them particularly caught my attention. One is the issue of the marginalization of women in the country. It tries to identify the causes: patriarchy, limited access to education that women have, problem of early marriages, cultural issues, lack of funds to commit to the cause of women, inadequate media coverage, and so on and so forth. It listed several of these challenges. And when I read them, I said, some of these problems are looking as if they are intractable. They've been there for a long time. Matters of patriarchy, we have been battling it for several decades. It's still there. And so what has been the previous medication? What has the Nigerian nation done? What has been done? Is to be more involved in social affairs, especially as the
affect the various genders and then women. It talks about the need to implement various policies that the government has committed to. And I remember that even in Nigeria, we have a national gender policy as far back as 2006. And it is listed there, all the things that should be done, that should be in place in various work settings, in various places, to make sure that no one is marginalized. But the question is that these things are not being implemented. We have the Beijing affirmative action of 30% representation for women, even in political platforms. We say it with mouth, we write it all the time, but they are yet to be implemented. Improvement of the image of women in the media. Women's achievements are to be encouraged, they are to be celebrated, and then the eradication of cultural practices that subjugate women, cultural practices that are not in the interest of women. Until there are penalties, until people are punished as scapegoats, many of these things will just continue to be there. Apart from the issue of women, there's also the issue of religion and politics. And in the book, we find a lot of the problems that the politicization of religion has caused. Religious conflicts and the way they have been hindering national development. Religious and ethnic issues. In fact, ethnic groups now use religious platforms for hegemonic agenda. All these are properly laid out in the book for us to see, even tracing it right to their historical roots. And the fact that political power is now ascribed to religious identities, religious fundamentalism, all these are discussed in the book. At the end of the book, we have series of recommendations. Those are like the prescriptions that he has given to battle some of these issues, not just on women marginalization, not just on politicization of religion, but on all the other general ailments of the nation that are identified in the book. There is the need for strong beneficial philosophy of government, strong governmental ethics, secularist philosophy of the state should be maintained. True federalism is to be practiced. More attention to be given to quality education. Integration of the youth into the society to give them a greater sense of belonging. There is also the recommendation that the economy should be diversified, agriculture should be given a prime place. Insecurity to be tackled so that there can be a conducive atmosphere. If you want to improve our economy, we want to attract investors, this can only happen where there is security. Nobody wants to come and invest where there is so much insecurity. And there is also one very important recommendation in there that I found interesting, that is to commercialize cultural icons. A lot of our cultural icons that are just lying waste there should be commercialized. That is, out of a cultural revival. That should also be a cultural revival. He also prescribed that there should be a strong war against corruption, reforming the judicial system, and then also the government should make merit-based appointments. Now, in all of this, I looked at the book and I said, are these problems, are they peculiarly Nigerian problems? Do we find them in other African nations or in other nations in the global south? If they are elsewhere, if they are not peculiarly Nigerian problems, is there something others tackle their own problem that we can borrow from and then domesticate within our own context. And then another thing I found in the book, and I want to make this appeal to Professor Falola, there are a lot of very valuable recommendations there that policymakers can also look at. But I doubt if any policymaker will sit down and read 690 pages. Is it possible, sir, to have an abridged version that will just synthesize the critical issues and the recommendations that could also be circulated within policy circles? This could also help. I will close by talking about the general benefits of the book for those of us who are yet to read it. The book is true to the caption because the title is Understanding, and the book indeed has generated an understanding of the issues through the detailed contextual analysis that is there. Very detailed, very painstaking, and the context are well laid out. That is the major strength that I find in the book. The book is also a mine of information on the Nigerian state. The analysis there is well thought out, and again, I see all this coming out of a mind that has agonized time over time on all these issues. Thirdly, his writing is very blunt. I read some passages here that I felt if it were to be in a political debate where we will try to be diplomatic and not say it as it is, it's not like that in the book. He calls a spade a spade. He boldly documents what others would whisper behind closed doors, especially on the issue of the politicization of religion. I enjoyed reading that particular chapter so much. There are about 2 chapters on religion in the book, all of them very broad. I enjoy that. And a lot of practical recommendations are also offered. Finally, the language of the book is easy to read. It is accessible. It doesn't have too many references like his other books. That in chapter 1, there will be so many references, like our typical academic book that is inundated with endnotes and footnotes. Yes, there are references here, but they are not so scary. So for people who want to read the book for an understanding of the Nigerian situation, understanding of modern Nigerian situation, I recommend this book for you. We thank Professor Falola for putting this together. We acknowledge his investment in the issue of Nigeria. It shows that he's truly concerned and he has put forward to us his own contribution. I want to challenge us too that the least we can do, even if you cannot sit down and write your own, buy this one that has been written. Take from it the message and help us to preach it to other people. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Please, can we appreciate that effort once again? And thank you very much for keeping to time. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we are coasting home. We would like to prepare the stage for the first panel. While we arrange that, can we get a short music interlude, please? Thank you.
once more, can we please put our hands together for Professor Olufunke Adeboye of the University of Lagos? Please put your hands together. Mind you, the University of Lagos is known to be the University of First Choice. But here today we are in the university that's called what? The first and the best. When you're the best, there are a lot of people that want to be like, but we know the best, which is the University of Ibadan. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be going into the first panel session today. Mind you, we have two panel sessions for you today. The first panel is the panel on ethnicity, while the second panel is the panel on democracy and development. Our panel guests for today are cut across different fields and area of expertise. So we are going to be hearing diverse opinions, diverse thoughts, and different perspectives on the subject matter. Without wasting much of our time, I'd like to invite this side of the hall the panelists for today. And when I call up their names, please let's give them a resounding applause. So, to join us on this side of the hall, the first panelist for this panel session, Professor Remi Ayede. Please put your hands together for him. Keep the applause coming, keep it coming, keep it coming. In like manner, I would also like to invite to this side of the hall, Dr. Nathaniel Danjibo. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward. Keep the applause coming, keep the applause coming. Okay. We would like to invite to this side of the hall a distinguished professor, Professor Michael O. Afolayan. Please put your hands together. Keep the applause coming, keep the applause coming. Also joining us here is another professor, Professor Akin Alao. Please put your hands together. We would be joined also on this side of the hall by none other than Miss Oluwaseun Sanwo-Olu. Please put your hands together for her. Put your hands together for Miss Oluwaseun Sanwo-Olu. We would like to also welcome to this side of the hall none other than Kunle Afolayan. Please put your hands together for him as he comes forward. Keep the applause coming, keep it coming, keep it coming. Now, I'll be calling a name that old folks like us would obviously know. If you don't know this person when I call his name, just know you're part of the younger generation. Please put your hands together for Segun Odegbami. Please put your hands together. Okay, he'll be joining us, but in his absence, we would like to appreciate him. And to moderate this panel session, ladies and gentlemen, can we put our hands together for none other than the media juggernaut himself, Edmond Obilo. And would be joined by the chairman of this panel. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Professor Ayo Olukotun. Please put your hands together. Before we start, we'll be taking a short spoken word piece while everyone eases in and gets ready for this panel session. But before we do that, we'd like to recognize the presence of members of the media present, journalists, media practitioners, wherever you are. Would like to recognize your presence. Also would like to specially recognize, can we please put our hands together for Mr. Kehinde Oyetimi of Tribune newspaper. Please put your hands together for him. Also, in like manner, every member of press, journalists seated here today would like to appreciate your presence, and we thank you for honoring our invitation. Can we please put our hands together for them wherever they are? Okay, ladies and gentlemen, now we'll be having a spoken word performance. He is a spoken word artist, a student of the Department of Sociology, University of Ibadan. His name is Adisa Tajuddin, popularly known as Akin the Poet. Please put your hands together for Akin the Poet.
I acknowledge the presence of the distinguished personalities. I am by name Adisa Tajuddin, popularly known as Akin the Poet. I am a spoken word artist and I am artistically personified. I am standing before you at the moment to render a poem I titled The Political Blunders. Again, the political blunders. Who are we? We are the castles that take hold to the new castles. We are the republic that crowned kings and chamberlains. We are, and yes, we are. We are the brainiest academia that give teeth for tat. Who are we? We are the intelligent dwellers that smile at our death. We are the brightened clouds that rain cats and dogs that birth. We are the beautiful ones within hours of ours that will wow the wooden walls and bow to the fooling foes. Tanya Wow I say, who are we? We are the train standing in the rain after the strikes and the cracks and dancing in days to days disdain while the kegs are filled with black logs. What an unclear crystalline definition of thee. And who are they? They are the ambassadors of poverty, professional ambiguity, and political calamity that crack down the floody sunlight that brighten though darkened light. And who are they? They are the painters that paint plays. They are the creators of contagious caricatures. Ain't they the corruption, the cancers, eating lands shore to shore? Ain't they the smiling stars that brighten or sparkle skies? They are, and yes, they are the complexities of the beautiful society. They are creative. They are initiatives, like a pair of shoes that has no foot in it, like a suit that has no man in it. And who are they? They are we, and We are they. Thank you very much.
Please put your hands together for him. Please put your hands together for him. The amount of distinguished guests we have here today is indeed overwhelming. I'll be inviting to this side of the hall a very special guest. I want to assume that all of us here are either done with the university or in the university. If not, you can get admission into almost every school in Nigeria. We are joined by the Vice Chancellor of Fountain University, Oshogbo. Can you please put your hands together as we welcome to this side of the hall, Professor Amidu Sani. Please put your hands together for him.
Well, all protocols duly observed. Kabisio. Professor Falola deserves to be dedicated a whole day and even more. I've been here for the past 48 hours, but I have to leave now for another important national assignment. I just want to share with you this important information. I think it is in Mark 6 verse 4 that says that a prophet is not without honor. I don't know if I can quote very well, except in his hometown and among his relatives. And that will certainly not apply to Professor Falola. Is with honor in his own town and in Texas and all over the world. On the 13th of January, in his honor, and that will be the first in the history of that university. So in your calendar, put it there, 13th of January is the day for us all to be there. But it's something that just occurred to me. When Professor Adeboye was reading her review, she talked about the politicization of religion. But she forgot to add the religionization of politics as well, which is one of the key things that we tend to address. We are trying to address in this colloquium, which is about religion, science, development, and society. So I think it's going to be a platform for us all to celebrate him once more and to bring him in. As a matter of fact, we are not honoring him. No university in Nigeria can actually honor Toyin Falola. His mere presence in any event itself is a honor to that event. And we are not adding anything to him, but it's going to add to society. So thank you very much and keep the date. You're welcome.
Thank you, Mr. DJ. Thank you. We want to talk about ethnicity. He is a Fulani. Therefore, he wants to Fulanize the country. It is the turn of the Igbos to produce the president in 2023. It's a dominant narrative, the ethnic question. If you read the book, Falola says Ethnicities complicate politics. I wonder why he said that. In the book, he linked ethnicity to the defense of primordial loyalty. Is that wrong? Is anything wrong if I defended my Yorubaness? Falola says ethnic identity now serves as the basis to express grievance. Yes? Can't I express grievance on the basis of being an Ijaw? The book is entitled Understanding Modern Nigeria. But Falola talks about elusive modernity. If it is elusive, then why is the title Modern Nigeria? Anyway, Kula Fulaya, what are you thinking? Is the ethnic question a burden on the Nigerian state?
Sorry, can you say that?
Is the ethnic question a burden on the Nigerian state?
First of all, let me say thank you to Professor Falola and the people who put this together. Thank you for inviting me here. Kabiesi. Hello. For me, I think ethnicity is a thing of the mind. And I think it also helps give a sense of belonging to a large extent. Of course, I feel hot here, sitting, having professors and doctors on my left and right side. I'm just a filmmaker, not a political analyst or not a scholar. But to me, I represent an ethnic group in this country. And I try as much as possible to use all that I know, all that I represent, to push the agenda of that very ethnic group. Is it a bad thing? I would say no. Do I sometimes bend or tend towards embracing other ethnic groups? I would say yes. Do I see other tribes and races in the same manner as myself? I'll say to a large extent. But then, my growing up, my upbringing, my father is from Ibadan land in Kwara State, where Kabiesi is from. My mother is from Komu in Okeogun, Oyo State. And these are two typical, of course, Yoruba region and settlement, and all that I took who I am. But again, like I said, I have no ulterior motive against any other tribe or race.
Well, you are first a Yoruba man, right?
First a Yoruba man.
And second a Nigerian.
Absolutely.
But he's frank about it. He's frank about it. First a Yoruba man, second a Nigerian. I'm looking at some of the points he raised. Perhaps he underrated the power of a filmmaker. Because I picked you first. Because a filmmaker is a collector of knowledge. I'm looking for your next story and how a filmmaker redefines the problem will talk about today. Let me come to Professor Remi Ayede. The ethnic question. Is the problem ethnicity, or the problem are the people of Nigeria? So our listeners also want to hear our voices very loud.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Edmond. I think I'll start from where Falola picked up or stop. I would argue that I'm first a human being before I become anything else. And that's actually where to begin when we want to problematize ethnicity. Because ethnicity is about identity, it's about group culture, belief systems, values, and so on. And we know God created the world with diversity. So there's no human settlement you go to where you won't have diverse people. Now, when there's scarcity of resources and there's competition for position, then you see the salience of identity as a means of mobilization. Now we do have multiple identities. We play some up and we downplay others depending on our calculation of the benefit that we derive from that kind of mobilization. So there are two ways to look at ethnicity. The first is to look at it, oh, it's something natural. People are born into communities, into ethnic groups, into linguistic communities. And that's a given fact. Then the second one is to say that belonging to one group or the other is not something problematic. It's natural, it's something we are all part of. But it becomes a problem when we begin to look at those groups as if they are cast in stones. Because ethnicity, ethnic groups, ethnic communities also evolve.
From what you have said so far, every politics is about identity.
Yes, there's still some touch of identity. But what I'm saying is that identity can also be instrumentalized. And that's where the idea of ethnicity becomes very political. When you mobilize identity for the purpose of achieving certain purposes within the arena of politics.
Whether good or bad.
Whether good, thank you very much. I think that's very important, whether good or bad.
Okay, I'll come back to you, Professor Ayede. Professor Ayede is the head of Department of Political Science, University of Ibadan. Some issues have been raised. And let me come to Luwashun Sonwolu. Professor Ayede, can you lend her a mic? Okay, she has one already. Falola says we should pay attention to young persons. It's their time. What is their concept? What is their definition of the subject? What are young persons saying about the ethnic question?
Okay, thank you. I'll start by saying that
we need to hear you loud. Can you hear her from there? All right. Can you hear me? All right.
Can you hear me now?
Can you try now?
Young persons, they say Soros okay.
Okay. Can you? Okay, I think I'm audible enough now. Okay, so thank you. I'll start by saying that the question on ethnicity is something that, as young people, yes, we recognize that we're from different ethnic groups, but I don't think that we see it as a barrier in relating and, communicating and getting things done. Because if we look at how, like the narrative of things that we've seen so far in the country, nobody is trying to say, oh, okay, because I'm Yoruba, you're Igbo, or you're from this other tribe, I cannot relate with you or interact with you. Everybody is trying to just mingle, because we realize that the world is changing, and I could be here in Nigeria and I'm interacting with somebody in the UK, and I can relate to, okay, some things that are going on there as well. And so it's like, we know that, yeah, we're from different ethnic backgrounds, but we come together to fight for a common cause. An example of this, like during the NSAS protest, for example, everybody came out, people had different issues, people came out, nobody said, oh, okay, because the people affected, oh, this person is not from my tribe, or this person is not from my ethnic group, I'm not going to stand up and speak up for the person. Everybody, you know, speaks up for people. So I feel like with young people, it's not like we do not recognize the differences, but, and I would also say maybe there's the role of education as well, education and awareness. You recognize that, okay, yes, these things are there, these differences are there, there's diversity, but it does not stop me from communicating or interacting with you. So, yeah.
You know, she just talked about NSAS protest. Was there NSAS protest in Kanu? Was there NSAS protest in Sokoto? Was there NSAS protest in Jigawa? Was the NSAS protest an ethnic protest? Have we answered that question? Because she's saying no. And I'm asking, did they protest in Sokoto? Did they protest in Jigawa? We'll come to that. We'll come to that. I want to come to Professor Michael Afolayan. Prof, can you look at the NSAS protest and use the ethnic question to interpret it?
Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. First of all, I want to apologize for the unorthodoxy that I'm going to propose. As soon as I'm done talking, I'm going to leave this stage because I have to be in Oshogo in the next 2 hours or so. So I'm very sorry. I want to greet everybody. Kabiesi, Eshe Adupe, thank you for coming, and I appreciate everyone here. I saw a friend that walked in. I don't know if he has been introduced. I'm sorry, I have to mention him. Professor Duro Adeleke. If he's there, thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it. And I want to challenge him. I'm sorry. Please, the Yoruba language and literature must grow more than it is doing right now. Do you believe that in the United States we have more institutions where Yoruba language and literature as a subject is studied than Nigeria? Definitely, we have more than a dozen institutions in the US where you can actually earn your PhD in Yoruba. So please do whatever you can, and as the president of the association, to promote that special culture. Thank you very much. Sorry, Mr. Bello. Let me come back to, if you don't mind, let me come back to my brother, Kunle Afolayan. Actually, we are not related, but we love each other. I am Yoruba first, seriously speaking. And I think we have to have that understanding as Nigerians, that we have to be of our ethnicity first and foremost before we can actually have an impact on our country. Seriously speaking, let me use Western region as an example. If Chief Awolowo did not focus on Western region as a region, the level of development that it has, which it's not much, but that region has, I think if you have to compare to so many other places in the country, it would be considered superior to a large extent. And I believe that if every region in the country. Every subgroup in the country developed at that level. We will have a better Nigeria today than we have now, seriously speaking. I believe in that principle of Confucianism, said if there's going to be a quiet of the heart, there has to be beauty in character. If there's going to be beauty in character, there will be harmony in the home. If there's harmony in the home, there will be order in the nation. And if there's order in the nation, there will be peace in the whole world. So there has to be that inverted pyramid of development. If we really want to develop Nigeria, and I believe that's what Falola is even saying there, that need for regional development is very critical. So I am in agreement with Conley along that line.
The Confucian principle you just highlighted,
Yes.
are you saying it will work perfectly if it is hinged on ethnic foundation? Is that the point you're making?
Seriously speaking, that's my position. It will work better.
You're saying to your tent, O nation.
Not necessarily that. Not necessarily. I'm saying in your tent, O Israel, work hard to give us a better Israel. That's what I am arguing.
When you
about.
say your tent, does this present Nigeria define the tent?
Well, I mean, you can say, we have 525 different ethnic groups in Nigeria on the basis of languages we speak. As an ethno-linguist, you look at ethnicity in terms of languages. So we can say if it's true, I mean, we have 527 languages in Nigeria. That's the number of, at least around the same number of ethnic groups that we have. If that is the case, if the focus is on each group developing substantially, of course with the support of the central power, what I am saying, my argument is that Nigeria will be a better place than it currently is.
I want to get it clear. Yes. These languages become political structures. Is that the point you're making?
More, I'm saying not necessarily. The language defines ethnicity in most instances. In other words, what I am saying is that since we have 527 languages in Nigeria, not dialects, but languages, I am saying that tells me that the number, I mean, at least close to the number of ethnic groups that we have. If the focus can be to make sure that each of these ethnic groups are developed effectively, I am saying Nigeria will be a better place.
Sadly, you believe in, and you said you have 2 hours to Osogbo. The driver must drive carefully.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Professor Akianlao, you've been itching to say something. Please say something.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, for your intervention and for providing a very solid voice on radio in discussing Nigerian issues like this. Let me start by saying that our discussion on ethnicity is a recognition of the enormity of the Nigerian national problem. And understanding Nigeria is an attempt to provide answers to some of the national problems in Nigeria. And ethnicity has been variously described, variously explained, to the extent that we cannot go down with just one understanding of it. And that's why it's difficult and problematic to have a final say on what ethnicity is in Nigeria. Because you continue to see changing definitions, changing characterization, and changing manifestation of ethnicity. Obviously, we are born and socialized into a particular culture group and into a particular society. But there's always this process of socialization, which is very important. And that's why I have shifting boundaries of ethnicities. When we were young and in basic schools, we learned about societies and communities and ethnicities in Nigeria. There was nothing like Hausa Fulani in those days.
We had Hausa, we had Fulani, and many others. But at the weaponization of ethnicity, we now see a new dimension, Hausa, Fulani, and many other combinations to achieve a particular purpose.
Weaponization, can you break it down?
The weaponization of ethnicity. And that's why it is always very difficult for us too to go beyond the ordinary elementary explanation of ethnicity, because we have adopted some of these, especially in the nationalist historiography, to suit the purpose of analysis. And we even have scholars from other ideological positions de-emphasizing ethnicity and at the same time promoting other values that could serve as the bond for unity in the country. Let me quickly respond to the issue discussed by our little sister here about ethnicity in SARS. You cannot find ethnicity in SARS, the struggle against SARS, because it was not about allocation of resources. SARS was about asking for accountability, and you see a unity of purpose in that. And that's why ethnicity is always about how to take advantage of where you come from in that stiff competition for advantage. And I think that is the point at which we will understand the purpose of weaponizing ethnicity in Nigeria. Thank you.
Dr. Nathaniel Danjibo, Professor Akialao has come with a term, weaponization. You put ethnicity in a gun and you shoot it.
Thank you very much. I had had the privilege of teaching a course on ethnicity for several years now. And as being said, this concept, ethnicity, we use it, it's a common language, let me put it that way. But we seldom understand the complexity of that concept. And I'll elaborate. In 1909, an Israeli poet, Israel Zangwili, who was in the United States, actually started this whole project of describing the United States as a melting pot. And what did he say? That the United States had one culture, and that every other culture that migrated into the United States should come and melt into that culture. That brought about the concept of the melting pot issue. Now, years later, two scholars, Nathan Glazer and Patrick Moynihan, wrote a book, Beyond the Melting Pot. So what do you find? When you get to the United States, people define themselves as Afro-Americans, Hispanic Americans, German Americans, Jewish Americans, no longer as Americans. So, coming back home, this country, Nigeria, scholarship has not been able to establish accurately the number of ethnic groups. So you find earlier scholars talking about 250, and several other scholars retaining that. You find later scholars saying we have more than 570 ethnic groups, but there had not been a scientific study, really, to come up with the number of ethnic groups in this country. Now, going back to the foundation of the Nigerian state, that's where the weaponization of ethnicity started. We often refer to the founding fathers as nationalists. No, they were really not nationalists. They were actually ethnic nationalists. So when you say Chief Obafemi Awolowo, and I'm happy that the professor there talked about it, how AG started was on an ethnic platform. How the NPC started culturally became an ethnic platform. The NCNC, that was what Professor Toyin Falola actually revealed in the book. So to that extent, you really didn't have nationalists as founding fathers, but ethnic nationalists. And that continued to hover around the politics of the Nigerian state. So when we say ethnicity today, there is the politicization of ethnicity, and then there is the ethnicization of politics, as Toyin Falola said. So it has become a weapon today in virtually everything that we do. Now, ethnicity to this extent is it's a double-edged sword. Let us recognize the fact that a lot of community development came through ethnic association, where governments failed. So ethnic groups formed associations, provided schools, provided clinics, provided feeder roads. That is the positive side of ethnicity. But the negative side of ethnicity is where you substitute ethnicity with merit. Now, when it has permeated the national fabrics, as a matter of fact, even universities now, we have brought in ethnicity in the politics of appointing vice chancellors in the universities all over this country today. So it has to be Yoruba if it is the University of Ibadan. It has to be a Benin person if it is University of Benin. And the nation itself did not, because when you are talking about nation building, there are certain things like Professor Aki and Lao and Professor Maide was saying. There are certain things that we need to look at and say. So for a nation building project, you may have to downplay the strength of ethnicity. Because once you project it, you're not going to have a nation.
Okay. Danjibo talks about melting pot. In the case of Nigeria, is it boiling pot? He talks about nation building. Are we building a nation? There is Sunday Igbo in Benin Republic. There's Nnamdi Kanu with the DSS. The subject doesn't want to go away. It's getting more complex. And when scholars say it's a complex issue, I say, okay, perhaps they cannot find solutions to it. Because whatever I read, it is complex. Professor Adigun Agbaje, is it complex? Please get the microphone, because the mic we have to move around. But before we move in here, let me come back to Kunle Afolayan. Okay, our chairman hasn't spoken. Yes, Professor Lukotun, you have listened to the panelists.
Yes, yes, I think, Chairman Kabesi, Honoree, distinguished scholars, and ladies and gentlemen, as Dr. Danjibo says, it's bound up with the foundation of the Nigerian state. And more specifically, whether you are dealing with what we in political science call centripetal federalism or centrifugal federalism. In some kinds of federal configurations, the ethnic groups, which were already ethnic nations in their own rights, came together to form a union of their own accord. They came together to form a union. For example, the most famous example is the American Union, the Articles of Confederation. You remember all of that. Now, in some other context, as in Nigeria, the union was imposed by colonial fiat. You know, the history of Lord Lugard and all of that. That's a different architecture of federalism. And many of the problems that we are having derive from the origin. I want to go back to Dr. Danjibo's expression, the foundation of the origin of the Nigerian state. There is nothing wrong with ethnicity. We are lamenting and seeing the post is ethnic conflict, identity conflict. and what Professor Falola in his book calls the instrumentalization of ethnicity. Of course, in a divisive context and of resource competition. I believe Professor Alao has referred to that as well. So, if it's getting more complex, and I believe it is it because one ethnic group, somebody mentioned ethnic hegemony earlier on, is it because one ethnic group has flouting the consociational and federalist mandate of the Nigerian Constitution, try to play up one ethnic group against the other? Is it because there's ethnic hegemony which is being resisted by others who are contesting that hegemony? And that brings me to my second point, and maybe final point, so others can get to talk. Ethnicity, as somebody has mentioned, has positive influences and negative influences. Why is it difficult to have a dictatorship in Nigeria? Partly because of ethnic pluralism. If the dictator or will be dictator is Hausa Fulani, the Yorubas may not sign on that agenda. The Igbos may not sign on that agenda. So it's difficult for a dictator to emerge and to dictate to other ethnic groups, because those ones will resist it. Even if they have to resist it, mobilizing ethnic power. Nadeko was a good example of that under the Abacha dictatorship. Nadeko, partly ethnic, mobilized ethnic power because the Mataya, Moshood Abiola, was Yoruba, and he was refused the presidency under what some people believe to be ethnic hegemony. So the Yorubas were up in arms. To me, that's a constructive use of ethnicity to oppose dictatorship. And Dr. Danjibo has mentioned the mobilization of ethnic power for community development, more so in a context of an absent state. The state is virtually absent. It has not evaporated or withered away as the Marxists will have it, but it's just there. It's a lame duck state. Well, that's a different question. But what I'm considering for now is that if there is an absentee state or a lame duck state which is irresponsible in terms of its mandate and social contract, other forms of association are going to spring up to fill the vacuum which the state has created.
Thank you.
So finally, it's not surprising that ethnicity is one of those institutional vacuums that have come to replace or to displace an absent state. Thank you.
An absent state. How can the state be absent when Buhari is the president?
If he's sleeping on duty,
You know, Professor Nwolise was saying that the state does not respect the educated. Can the educated ask for respect? Why not the educated earn the respect? By the way, is the educated not the state? So why does the educated sought for respect? Let's look at what is going on presently. and use it to conclude our analysis. IPOB is an ethnic question. Herdsmen is an ethnic question. It's about the Fulani. And that's the reality of the present Nigerian state. If the foundation was laid on the basis of ethnicism, why not we build the structure on the basis of that ethnic question, Professor Remi Ayede? Why are we running away from it?
Well, let me begin with the Ethiopian example.
There's war.
When the Ethiopian constitution was made, and it was based on ethnic groups, some people celebrated it as one of the examples that Nigerians should borrow from. I doubt if they will insist on that now. And because one of the arguments about the resilience of the Nigerian federal system is really that ethnic groups have been broken down into multiple states, such that the sharp divide among the major ethnic groups that prevailed in the First Republic, which Osagai described as Nigeria being confronted with very sharp face-to-face conflict among the major ethnic groups, was a little bit nullified. So you have a situation where these ethnic players field of mobilization, because such mobilization have been fragmented.
But they are now mobilizing on the basis of organizations.
Yes, that's okay, because you can't deny identity. You can't also prevent people from mobilizing on that basis. But by the fragmentation into states, when we are talking about policy, you'll be talking in terms of states. In fact, what it has done is to create a plurality of publics and platforms, which reduces the intensity of conflict that we would have had. Now, I think it's important for one thing to be emphasized, which came out from a study by 2 or 3 scholars very recently, which I read in the conversation, that what is emerging in Nigeria, given the existence of social media and all of that, it's not just ethnicity. We are reaching a point where we have what is called ethnophobia. And that is why I made that point, that we must recognize the first and foremost that we're all human beings and treat each other as human beings. Because when we talk about citizenship, there are 2 dimensions to it. We have relationship with the state, then we have relationship with each other. And sometimes ethnicity also mediates the relationship that we have with each other. And that's where the real danger is. Remember, there can be genocide. And when ethnicity is mobilized in the form of ethnophobia and hatred is promoted, we can no longer see the tree for the forest.
Professor Ayede, you've just given example of Ethiopia. There is war in Ethiopia as we talk now. TPLF, the Tigray people, Oromia Liberation Front. Ethiopia has about 9 or 10 provinces based on ethnic configuration. They want to tear the country apart. Ayede does not like that. He likes the Nigerian system. Plurality he talks about. But despite that system, the ethnic question has refused to disappear. Is there something wrong somewhere?
And the point that Danjibo made is really that you can't expect ethnicity to disappear. In fact, Stefan and one of his colleagues in a recent discussion argued that the era of establishing a nation state is over. What we have are state nations. So if you go to New York, for instance, you have all kinds of groups. Even they have their radio stations and television stations. You understand? So you can't wish out that because you want to create a state. A state does not foreclose the inclusion or the existence of ethnic.
So the ethnic phobia you talk about, where is it leading Nigeria?
Yeah, that's the idea. It's not peculiar to Nigeria. And I'm saying that policy has to be put in place to address such problems, so that we don't have a situation where you demonize ethnic groups.
But that's what we have.
Yeah, that's actually the point. That's the challenge.
The Fulani group has been demonized.
Yes, that's the challenge. That we don't have to demonize ethnic groups in order to achieve the kind of development that we are talking about.
I am thinking, what kind of movie script is Kunle Afolayan looking for at this time? What script do you want? What story do you want to tell?
Okay, well, for me, I've always tried to balance the narrative. Most of the films we've done, we have been very conscious of also balancing the ethnic element and ethnic angle.
The city can't hear you.
Hello. Okay, good. All right, so I mean, if you watch October 1, for example, which was set against the backdrop of Nigeria independence, it was a very complex story, just like how you started your analysis. It's a story of Nigeria. Nigeria is a complex country. And there were issues and conflict where you have Hausa man got arrested for, I mean, wrongly, and you have Igbo man accusing the Hausa, and you have a Yoruba king trying to protect, you know, the entire community. Film and audio visual, you know, generally is used to either propagate or to correct or to inform. So on our part, I've always tried to, again, see how I won't be tagged as being either biased or being Yoruba centric. But look, I can't shy away from the fact that I'm Yoruba first again. And again, I'm also very conscious of the fact that we are losing this so-called ethnic and culture. Tunde Kiladi is my mentor and, you know, my guardian and all of that, and we've come a long way, and this is something that we both share in common. All my life I've never done a film that is like all Yoruba. It's always been multilingual because I try to balance. I mean, if you watch Phone Swap is more Igbo, you know, Igbo and a bit of Yoruba. If you watch Figurine is multilingual. If you watch The Bridge is Igbo, Hausa and all of that. If you watch my first film, Irakpada, we shot majorly in Kaduna, and this is just me saying or trying to say we are one Nigerian. And I will just use that to encourage everybody to, in their own part, because it's our country. I was listening earlier to someone's address, and I was hearing the nation has failed. Who is the nation? We are the nation. All right. If I don't play my part, if you don't play your part, if the onus rests on everyone to play their part and approach it from that angle, the angle which you believe and you think will help to get the country to the next level. Thank you.
I'm not a film producer, but there are times I close my eyes, I see Sunday Igbo storming Igogon to go and root out the Seriki Fulani. Can you imagine what that movie will look like? And then the DSS comes out saying, no, we'll stop him. And DSS goes, he turns into a cat.
Have you seen Ija Ominira by Adelov?
I've not.
I think you should see that film. I was just coming from Komo and Igbojaye, which is in Okeogun of Oyo State. I'm about to shoot a film that is set in 17th century, Oyo Empire. And in the course of checking out the locations, in fact, as soon as we entered Igbojaye, we saw I think the town is now so dominant with Fulanis. But I remember my first time in Komo was in '84. And I remember right behind my mother's family house was Fulani's settlement where we used to buy wara. Now all these Fulanis have now stayed in that place. They've raised children, they have intermarried and all of that. And whilst looking for a location, we got to one of their settlements, and I was telling my people that, okay, we want to tell the story of Yoruba land in 17th, 18th century. Are we going to feature the Fulani settlement in that story? And I was also asking, I said, we don't even have any reference, things that shows what the Oyo Empire was in 17th century. Of course, people will write and say there was a big gate and all of that. No picture reference, no, you know, but as a creative, I have a creative license.
You have just criticized the knowledge system of Africa.
That's what it is.
Yes, Professor Falola wrote about that. The microphone, join the conversation. Professor Akialao, I want to hear from Professor Adigun Agbaje. I want to hear his voice. I like his voice.
Okay, yeah, my quick response to...
We are rounding up, sir.
Yeah,
so
my
just,
quick response to the discussion on ground is for us to take a moment to make a differentiation between the Nigerian state and the Nigerian nation. Let us see where we actually have this power and what methods have we been using to access power.
This is where ethnicity comes in. Because power determines virtually everything. And that's why I have this competition.
Power as a resource provides enough grounds for ethnicity to thrive. And because of what we use power for, that's why many of us are interested in using all the weapons available, including ethnicity, to have access to power. And in building a nation, several efforts have been made. Unfortunately, they have miscarried through and through. And that's why I have a return to the status quo. We have tried the quota system. We have tried federal character. We have tried, like Professor Hollis said, national interest that has not been properly defined. And this is the problem for the Nigerian state, because we have not been able to use power to achieve the Nigerian nation. So our attention should be, what is the problem that is stopping us from accessing power in a way as to promote national integration, national unity, and the Nigerian nation?
Perhaps our leaders are not educated. Professor Adigun Agbaje, the ball is in your court, sir.
Thank you very much. I think the problem might not be that our leaders are not educated, but they are educated in the wrong senses. Much of the discussion so far has not focused on that critical factor of leadership. I mean, you talk of competition. A critical element in the kind of competition you have, the manner in which the competition will be structured, and the instrumentalization of the whole process is the quality of leadership. And I dare say that that is a challenge that will be difficult for us to address, but that has to be addressed so that we can minimize the negative dimensions of ethnicity and optimize the very positive dimensions of ethnicity. The second point I want to make and find out is that we also have to be careful about the narrative of ethnicity. With due respect to my colleagues, I think the narrative has simplified ethnicity and made it more, the narrative that I've had, perhaps I wasn't hearing very well. It has simplified ethnicity. It has, in fact, shown Nigerian ethnicity of its multiplicities. So that if we just creating the impression that just this few, you know, House Fulani, which is of course historically and specifically constructed, and nothing like House of Fulani. We know of all the literature that speaks about the dynamics of the old identities of Yoruba, Igbo, and so on, as recent constructs in the context of history. And so, we also need to know that in the North, you are not just talking about one ethnicity. Even in the West, you are not talking of just one ethnicity. Within the ethnicity, you have sub-ethnicities. And what people are suggesting is that, in fact, the more you create the kinds of administrative states and so on, the more the ethnicities will reconstruct and reform. So, don't forget that at the time, the Egba and the Jebus never considered themselves as one. So we need to therefore historicize, as Professor Falola has done, but also contextualize. And therefore, when you say that the origin of Nigeria is founded on ethnicity, I beg to disagree. We need to have a proper understanding of the politics of the 1990s, 20s, 30s, and 40s. The politics of that period in Nigeria was not constructed on ethnicity. We must take note of that. So you will find Chief Awolowo supporting an Igbo candidate in Lagos, and a Chief Azikiwe supporting a Yoruba candidate for Lagos. So we need to further, I agree with you that the intellectual work has not started.
It hasn't started?
I don't think it has. We need a very full understanding of our past, including the first few decades of the 20th century, so that we know that the ethnicity we are talking about is a warped ethnicity. And that it was never the case in the 1920s, 30s, and 40s. Non-Nigerian Commonwealth citizens who vote and be voted for in Nigeria. But the type of politics was different from what we had after 1947. In other words, it means that there is a possibility of constructing the kind of state that we have if we are able to address the whole issues of what the type of politics, what is the nature of the leadership. With due respect, I don't want to speak, the appropriate language here is that undesirables have taken over the political space. In that context, you cannot talk about positive ethnicity in any way. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. He disagrees with the concept of positive ethnicity. Who wants to join the conversation? Please, let's make it brief. I have just 5 minutes to go. Look, I need to come back to the panelists. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Bilo. The first question was, is ethnicity a burden? I want to come from language because I'm from Department of Linguistics and African Languages. Until we are able to debunk and obliterate the following proverbs, ethnicity will continue to burden. Bá a fún wèrè lọ́kọ́, ọ̀dọ̀ ara rẹ̀ ní òrùkú sí. Give a mad man a hoe, will be going towards himself. That is the issue of fulanization, so to say. The other one, ìjẹ́ ti bàbá tọ́mọ kó mọ làálàá. That ethnicity. Father and son, they will still have boundaries. Now, ọmọ ẹni kò ṣèdí bẹ̀bẹ̀rẹ̀ ká filẹ̀ kẹ̀sí tọmọ ẹlòmíì. You are now saying appointing of generals and everything is already lopsided. Yes. Finally, Kolomodomu Yegbe. That is the issue of be in your own region, be in your own land. Make any incursion to my land. And I know we have parallel proverbs across all the ethnic groups in Nigeria. Thank you very much.
So you are saying we need to unravel those proverbs?
Yes.
We need to unravel it together. I'll bring you on radio. Let's unravel it, right? Thank you. Thank you. Okay, Professor Jide Oweye.
Edmond, thank you. I think we should always face reality. What should be important to us is the welfare of Nigerians, not Nigeria as a geographical expression. The search for a one Nigeria, to me, it's more or less an exercise in futility. There is nothing like one Nigeria. There is nothing like one United Kingdom. And there is nothing like one United States. The English, the Scots, the Welsh are not necessarily in love with each other. But the society has been established in such a way that no one group steps on another group. No one group dominates another group. The problem with Nigeria is domination. Once we are able to create or configure the state in such a way that no one ethnic group can dominate another one, I think Nigeria will flourish. The British government, the British colonialists that left us with the federal system knew what they were doing. It was an unbalanced federal system. That's why people are calling for restructuring, to balance the federal system. Once we can balance it in such a way that no one group will dominate another, I think Nigeria will flourish.
Thank you, Prof. Professor Isaac Abath there. You know, this question of dominance, and fingers tend to point at the Fulani ethnic group. I thought dominance, hegemony comes with economic power. If the Northwest is the poorest region in the country, can it be dominant? Have we questioned that issue? If poverty resides in the North, can the North be the dominant factor in Nigerian politics? Professor Isaac Albert.
Thank you. I want to start by siding with Professor Adigun Agbaje that the study of ethnicity in Nigeria is poorly developed. And most of the time, we look at the wrong side of the coin and we claim to have the understanding of what is happening to us. Let me say, in Paris administration, Yoruba in Obasanjo's administration, there is an injustice administration President Goodluck Jonathan. I am Ijesha from Osun State. We are very few in the Nigerian army. It is a product of our identity. And Ijesha man will ask questions. Traditional political system of Yoruba people is largely democratic. And when you have a room full of a Yoruba person, Igbo person, Fulani person, and you are not ready to dialogue, you cannot have a peaceful nation. This is our problem.
Thank you. I come back to the panelists. Now let me speak to Oluwaseun Sanwo-Olu. We have listened to the conversation. Do we have a future? Do you see a future in Nigeria? A future of prosperity? Is that what you see?
Yes, I think I see a future of prosperity with Nigeria because Nigeria is a blessed country. Like so much potential. Like our youths are always doing so well wherever it is we find ourselves, and I feel like it's just a shame that he has not really helped to. The country is not a very, very favorable environment to thrive as a youth, because it's like all your efforts, all your actions to actually succeed are just like, you know, being choked. And so, but yes, I feel like with more to come, with conscious and deliberate efforts to say, okay, we want to really make this country work. Yes, Nigeria can be prosperous, and I mean, very soon, I think by 2050, it's estimated that we'll have like the largest population of youth in Africa or even in the world and all of that. So I feel like there's a lot of things that could happen. So yes, there's definitely a future for Nigeria.
Dr. Nathaniel Danjibo, Professor Adibu Abadi raised some issues. So can you clear the air before we go?
Well, I think we are dealing with a state where, for example, one thing we should accept is the fact that we celebrate our ethnicities. That's one. There is no running. I mean, Chief Obatami in 1947 was asked a question. He said, look, I'm first Ijebu, before I'm Yoruba, before I'm Nigerian. So that's the celebration of whatever. But we need to also accept the fact that, because even when we read through the political books, yes, Zik started his political career in Lagos, got a lot of support, but it was the same ethnicity that the action group used to dislodge Zik that made him to run back to the east, you know, and to strengthen NCNC. You know, so he was winning seats here in Ibadan and in Lagos, but once he was using the instrumentality of ethnicity, he ran back to the east. So I think at the earliest, we have to also recognize, like everybody says, Nigeria is not a nation state. It's a state nations. That is the fact of it. It's a state nations. So when people are saying Yoruba nation, it is true. When they say Ijaw nation, it is true. If they say Kanuri nation, it is true. But we also have to acknowledge the fluidity and the dynamism of some of these identities. I recall Professor Albert and myself went to Gusau, and while he was making a presentation, and he said, Hausa Fulani, and one of the people in the cabinet, I said, Prof, there is no longer Hausa Fulani here. There is Hausa, there is Fulani in Gusau in Zamfara state. And that is how it's going to be. The construction and reconstruction of identities.
It's a constant process.
It's a continuum.
So we just have to manage it.
It's a continuum, yes.
Okay, Professor Lukotu, can you round off?
Well, yeah, it's been a robust discussion. Fortunately, the book we are reviewing is a trilogy. This is only the first part of the trilogy. There are two other books as voluminous or possibly more voluminous than the one we are talking about today, which will be published as this one is by Cambridge University Press. So I believe that the author has some material, more material than he already had to work with, and he can draw inspiration from some of the tidbits that have been expressed there. I've thoroughly enjoyed myself, and I thank the panelists and those who contributed who are not members of this panel. Thank you very much.
Okay, before we go, there are young persons here. I learned you are the owners of the future. I don't know how you are redefining the ethnic question, but I'm feeling that you are not disruptive enough in your ideas. Disruptive ideas move a country in the right direction. The ethnic question is there, but there are certain ideas that will come and put that ethnic question in the background. Go back to your tent, come out with disruptive ideas, because your future is being stagnated and the ball is in your court to save yourself. It's your country to build, and let me tell you, everything good will come. Thank you.
Please sit down. I think we can do better. We can really do better. Thank you very much. You'll agree with me that the session has been worth the while. The discussion very exciting, very revealing, and also very robust. We want to thank each and every one of the panelists for feeding us from their fountain of knowledge. On behalf of the organizers of this event, I want to thank you very specially for your time and your ideas. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the organizers have decided to appreciate the panelists by presenting a token award to each of the panelists. And I'd like to invite Professor Jide Owoye to please step forward and help in the presentation. The first is to the chairman. You have to go up. The chairman of the panel is Professor Ayo Olukotun. The moderator. And then the moderator, the powerful moderator, beautifully moderated panel. Thank you very much for being a wonderful moderator.
Never rises. I was born where the heat is like a second skin.
Professor Akin Alao.
Children crying on the streets, automobiles are making noise, the land is growing dry and weak, spirits dying low. Before fathers are calling me, never tired, never weakened, the pride in me is bursting loose, an African On the farm, my father called me down behind a tree. He said, prostrate at my feet and say a few prayers. Then he told me all the stories of my ancestors. Looking to my son, we're going to be great. So in the twilight, I went home behind my father with a hoe, listening to the songs of birds. In stars of the night, I was singing 7 days, 7 weeks, 7 carries, 7 nights, 7 lives, so I'm talking about how we can go over sea, over land, over mountains in the wild. How we brave and how we strong.
Professor Remi Ayede. Professor Dan Ibo Nathaniel.
much. That's all, boss. Thank you very much for your support on this program. Ladies and gentlemen, can you welcome the panelists as they leave the space? Thank you.
Into the wall, into the deeps, into the wild. In the marketplace I dance, the sound of bata dancing. 7 times 7, because 7 carry 7 mass. 7 like that's what I've got. I'm an African boy. Overseas, over the land, over the mountains and the wild. I'll be brave and I'll be strong. I'm an African boy.
Thank you very much. Quickly, I don't know how to do this, but I have to do it. How to ask a royal father, how to send a royal father on an errand. But I'm sure with your support, I can do that. So I'd like to invite Kabesi Oba Dokun Abolarin to please help with the presentation of these certificates of honor and award to our guest speakers. And the first is my teacher, Professor Funke Adeboye. All of them.
7 goats, 7 beats, 7 carries, 7 notes, 7 lives as an actor, an African
and also to our teacher, radical scholar, Professor O.B.D. Onwolise. Thank you very much, Kabesi. We really appreciate. We are very grateful for the honor done us in helping with the presentation. Thank you very much.
Can we please put our hands together for all the panelists once more? That was indeed an eye-opening session, but I'm telling you that is 1/2. There's another panel session with even more interesting insights to be shared. Ladies and gentlemen, however, before we go to the panel session, we'll be having a dance presentation. But this time, we're going to be telling a story, the story of Nigeria. The man who is truly deaf is the man who only hears words. Because communication is beyond words, communication is action. With a resounding applause, let us make welcome the Crystals Dance Academy. Put your hands together for them.
October 1st, 1960, Nigeria got an independence. This calls for a celebration.
When we celebrate, we dey pop champagne. We dey pop champagne. We dey pop champagne. Pop, 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 pop,
ẹ̀yin ọmọ Odùduwà èyí lọ̀rọ̀ ìṣítí tí mo fẹ́ sọ fún yín báyìí. Orílẹ̀-èdè yìí àwa la ní, orílẹ̀-èdè baba ńlá baba wa ni, a sì ní láti gbà á ní wákàtí yìí.
Ndị Igbo ige Nigeria, anyị Igbo ndị agọziri agọzi ka nwere Nigeria.
Abokina, mu Hausawa ne, mu malaki Nigeria, lokaci yayi da za mu dauka.
Ẹnu wọn ni ó pa wọ́n, Babátúndé ó dá mi lójú. Ẹyẹ òróbó tó bímọ méjì, onílé òun ti kú ṣọṣọ, àsìkò ti tó. Ta ó sọ fún wọn, wá síwájú yìí lajẹ. Oníburú fórí, kádébìlà sórí kún ẹsẹ̀. Oníburú fórí, kádébìlà sórí kún ẹsẹ̀. Ẹnu wọn mẹ́fà, ẹnu wọn méje, àwa ò bẹ́ lẹ́nu méjì ṣeré mọ́. Bọ́lá ò ní sọ̀rọ̀, ọ̀rọ̀ á sọ̀rọ̀ ẹ̀ tó bá ń pẹ́. Wọ́n ṣì mí adúlé lẹ́nu dé mẹ́. Sílí ìwé gbogbo yọ mí, àdìjọ mi akọrin àpàlà. Túndé ìyá òdìbá, ìgbéraga ń ṣe wọ́n. Babátúndé Haruna mo tẹnumọ́ lójoojúmọ́ o. Àwọn dà, wọn ò dá dán mọ́. Àwọn dà, wọn ò ní lógò. Dídán ni yóò máa dán, iṣẹ́ Olúwa ẹ̀yẹ máa tù wò. Dídán ni yóò máa dán, iṣẹ́ Olúwa ẹ̀yẹ máa tù wò. Gbàgbà láyé wa yóò máa dùn o. Mo dá dúró náà.
This is the breaking news from Namibia. Our viewers and listeners, please be attentive. Killing has been rampant all around. 215 people were thought to meet their family on the north side, yesterday morning. 270 people also got them on the east side. And on the west side, 290 people were also reported here in Nigeria. The total number of deaths since last week is now 1,857 people. Please be cautious of all your movements and may God help us and heal Nigeria. My name is Falola from Wazobia. Good evening. This is the breaking news from Wazobia. Our viewers and listeners, please be attentive. The total number of deaths in North is now 3 million, while in the East is now 2.5 million, while in the West is now 2.9 million. The total number of deaths recorded is now 8.4 million. Please be cautious of all your movements and may God help us and heal our nation. My name is Falola.
Here we stand as a people with one song, with one voice. We're a nation undivided and poised. We will take us down defend what is ours. Here we are as a people with one heart for one cause. We're determined to rebuild and restore. Where freedom, rights, and truth prevails. Our land, where there's hope for us all. Our land, where there's hope for us all. Hope for us all.
Thank you very much. Now we go to the second panel, which is on democracy and development. Please, can we? Yeah. Thank you very much. We're racing against time, so we need to move a little bit more quickly. The second panel is on democracy and development. I promise that it's going to be a very interesting session. The chair of this panel is my teacher and mentor. Please welcome Professor Tunde Babawale. The moderator for this panel is Seun Akinola of Splash FM. Seun Akinola. Okay, thank you. And on the panel we have academic giants, teachers, Professor Adigun Agbaje, Dr. Festus Adedayo, our teacher and mentor, Professor Isaac O. Albert. Please welcome Dr. Tunde Kelani, TK. Join me in welcoming Professor Olajumoke Yakub Haliso. And also on the panel is my co-compare. I don't know that is wearing another cap for this occasion. Please welcome Mr. Precious Ibe. So, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to take a slightly different approach from the first panel. Permit me to do so. I'd like to hand over the mic to the chair of the panel, who will kickstart the discussion, and then the moderator takes over. Thank you for your indulgence.
Thank you very much.
much, the compere Dr. Dele Ashiru. Kabiesi, the Honorable of Okela, the honoree of today, and the author of the book that is going to be discussed, or that is being discussed, very distinguished scholars, our academic grandfathers and fathers who are here present, colleagues. The panel is set to embark on the task of discussing understanding modern Nigeria, ethnicity, democracy, and development. The aspect that is of concern to this panel is the aspect of democracy and development. I know that going through the book, Professor Falola has extracted the journey of Nigeria towards democracy, traced the origin to the colonial era, and looked at the post-colonial experience, which is discussed extensively, and how that democracy has been hampered by the issues of what they call the military state, and of course the abuse of power, violation of the rights of people, lack of participation in the democratic process by large majority of the population, which includes the youths, women, and other marginalized groups. And how this has affected the democratic journey of Nigeria. Of course, because of the nature of democracy that is being practiced, development has also been negatively affected, such that on all the indices of development, it seems that Nigeria, from what have been extracted in the book, takes the back seat. So this panel will look at these factors and how Nigeria intends to become a modern state. He extensively discussed the issue of modernity, raises issue about some other scholars who have said that Nigeria is yet to be modern. His own position is that it may not be absolutely right to say that Nigeria is yet to be modern, because modernization and modernity is also a work in progress, and that while Nigeria may not have been totally modern as one will expect, it is undergoing the process of modernization. And this is where he offered a lot of ideas about what is required to make Nigeria modern. And so I would at this point want to welcome all our very great and very eminent panelists who are here seated. My job for now is done. I would respectfully want to hand over to the moderator at this stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Prof. Shall we appreciate the Prof for his initial thoughts? So, Prof, thank you. With your kind permission, we will start the panel. I've been told that the panel session is just for 1 hour and will be stickler to time. The panelists will make their contributions quickly, and then we'll take questions from the audience. So once again, I'd like to welcome you. Our job is cut out for us. We want to look at democracy and development. There's a question that was raised by Professor Uwolise when he came up here at the podium. Professor Uwolise seems to be at variance with Professor Falola on the idea of whether Nigeria is practicing democracy or not. In fact, he made a profound statement that our democracy, if we have, is being run by non-democrats. And so I'd like us to start from that point. A simple question like, do we have a democracy as it is in Nigeria by how we run our system? So I'll start with the panelists here. So I want, as a lawyer, is also a journalist. I'd like him to start for us here this afternoon. So, Doctor.
Well, good afternoon, everybody. I want to crave your indulgence that I will soon leave here. I'm traveling out of the state. I came here in the morning believing that I'll be part of the first panel. So after making this intervention, I would like to take my leave. Having said that, I also took cognizance of the submission of Professor Ngolise in the morning, where he said that Nigeria is not a democracy. And so we begin to ask ourselves these germane questions. What is a democracy? And if we have gotten those elements of a democratic state, does Nigeria fit into the shoes of that definition? Are we talking about a system of representation where people go to vote every maybe 4 years, 5 years, or whatever? Is it in terms of the representativeness of the vote? Is it in that does election make a democracy? And if election does not make a democracy, is it in the people's desire and commitment to having a democratic institution? Is that what it means to talk about a democracy? Freedom House a few years ago talked about how there is a growing number, how in the last, I think, 100 years or so, Nigeria's, global democratic countries has increased, I think, to about 192. And it measured it in terms of elections. But there have been interventions that talk about the fact that you could have elections, but you may also have a system where you go through a pseudo election. For instance, we just had an election, a pseudo democracy. We had an election in Anambra State a few weeks ago, and the total number of those who went to polls to elect their governor was less than 250,000. And that was in a state of over 3 million people. The same thing happened when President Buhari became president, both in 2015 and in 2019 when he was re-elected. You had a tiny fraction of people electing these so-called leaders. So we ask ourselves this critical question: how representative is this representation? Because they are supposed to be our representative. And if the elections are not representative, can we call what we have a democracy? We also talk about the nexus between democracy and development. So you ask yourself another strand of questions. What Nigeria has, is it development? I mean, is development, do you approach development from the prism of technology, in terms of sophistication, maybe the introduction of card readers and all that in elections, as different from what we used to have in the Second Republic? But in those elections, those democratic, those periods rather, the number of electors, can you compare how representative those electors were? Can you compare it with what we have now? So if we are not democratic, if we agree that we are not running a democracy, or we are not democratic enough, are we developing? I think those are the critical questions we have to ask ourselves while talking about the nexus between democracy and development. And that also is a question that we ask ourselves in my profession. In a profession where I'm also seeking to be a Toyin Falola someday. I'm talking about journalism. That someday, if I work as hard as Professor Falola is working, I could also become a Toyin Falola of journalism. So we ask ourselves that question as well. As important as the media is in a democracy, are Nigerians as a people, are we bothered about what we see as regression in the media? Regression in terms of the fact that the basic elements of communication that we used to talk about as essential to communication, to mass media, we really do not have them any longer when you talk about either traditional media or, of course, okay, you have them in the social media, the new media, the influx of the media. But people also talk about the fact that truth, there is a multiplicity of the truth, so to speak, that is pervaded by the media. And that is as a result of the fact that you look at, you also have ethnicity coming to play. What the Guardian pervades, for instance, is remarkably different from what the Daily Trust pervades. And you can look at it from the angle of the media being a representation of their ethnicity. And I've read a book written by Professor Agbaje, my supervisor, who talked about how hegemonic the media is as well. So those are critical questions we also ask ourselves in the media, and we also ask how the media has been able to act as a lessee, as a partner in the democratic, so-called democratic development of Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you very much. You know, the danger in asking a journalist a question is if he begins to ask you questions after questions. That's the danger when you ask a journalist such a question. But thank you very much, Dr. Festus Adedayo, for your intervention. I'm not going to dwell on what is here. I raised a lot of fundamental questions that we need to look at. But still from the book that we are looking at, I'm still on democracy. Professor Falola said, it is almost impossible to identify a time when Nigeria was a truly functional democracy. That statement is in the book, if you have read the book, and that's very important that we interrogate that statement. But before we do that, I'd like to invite someone to join us on this side of the divide. There's a commissioner for higher education all the way from Kebbi State, Nigeria. Please make welcome Professor Mukhtar Bunza. Thank you very much. Professor Bunza, welcome. Thank you. Good to have you. So I'll take the microphone to Professor Isaac Albert. This assertion by Prof, he talked about functional democracy. Do you agree? And what is a functional democracy?
Thank you. You see, built into democracy is the fact that room will be created for contestation of ideas. Built into it is the assumption that you are dealing with a multiplicity of interest, different groups, different religions. Now, when you have such a complex society, democracy assumes that first, you have a democratic election that helps you to identify who should lead. But after electing the leader is expected
to recognize the multiplicity of interests in the system, and to provide the framework for negotiating the multiplicity of interests. Now, it is that second aspect, to me, that it is, in fact, more important than the first. When you are elected a leader, different problems are presented to you, and you have 5 options. 5 options for dealing with the problems. One, you either deny, you may choose to deny the existence of the problem. And I'm going to use this present dispensation to illustrate what we're saying. And this dispensation, of course, is not the only one, but we have more problems now. The first is for you to deny the problem. One, do we have youth question? You say you are not saying anything about it. Do we have discrimination against groups? You are not saying anything about it. So deny the first one. Second one is strategic withdrawal. To think that if you don't deal with the problem, some other people will come to deal with the problem. The third one is to be confrontational. That is to fight anybody who is raising national question. The fourth one is to use what is called third-party decision-making processes, thinking that your parliament is the one that will remove the problem. But the last one is what is called joint problem solving. Now, the problem of Nigeria is we deny the existence of our problems. 2, we think we can stamp out our problems confrontationally. Then 3, we think that our parliament is strong enough to give us a democratic society. That is the problem Nigeria is facing. Now, what is missing is our reviews start to use joint problem strategies. Now, joint problem strategies is saying that you have multiplicity of interest, and one group or one person cannot actually dictate a national solution. It has never worked for any nation, and it is not going to work for our own weak kind of society. Weak society in the sense that the elite is fragmented, the elite is broken into different criminal networks, and therefore it's difficult for us to find a solution. If we refuse to go in the direction of joint problem solving, I see our problems escalating on daily basis.
But how can a society that abhors dialogue approach its problem through joint effort?
So this is the problem we are facing. You see, let me give you the example of the 2014 National Conference. I was a delegate to that conference. You know, the first 3 weeks, we couldn't agree on even how to run the conference. Disagreement over religion, disagreement over ethnicity, disagreement over even what to call ourselves. Do we call ourselves distinguished delegates? Do we call ourselves honorable delegates? We fought for 3 weeks. But interestingly, at the end of the 3rd week, we came to agreement on how to discuss Nigeria. And we passed over 6,000 resolutions without any, Nigerians can solve their problems. The problem we are having is leaders who are not ready for the problems to be solved. Honestly, this is my experience. And in saying this, I'm not just saying that I went to only national conference alone. I was a member of the Presidential Committee on the review of Nigeria defense policy. The most difficult thing to handle in this country is the defense. We agreed, but the question is who is ready to implement. Even when we produce the document, do our leaders even have the understanding of interpretation of the document? And that is what I want to tell Professor Falola. Pick up the report of 2014 National Conference. Oga, you will write 20 books on Nigeria.
All right.
Solutions, not just the problems. You have actually mentioned all the problems. The solutions are in that report. So we're just looking for things that are not lost, saying we are building a nation.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. I'm going to Professor Adigo Agbaje, and my focus is also from the book. Prof said, if Nigeria is to claim its true place on the global stage, it must embrace a tradition of federalism. If we have not had functional democracy, we're aspiring to have federalism. He said true federalism as a political ideal will allow different regions or ethnic groups to move at a consistent pace encouraging constructive competition among the people. We are not the only multi-ethnic, multicultural democracy in the world. And so why is our own problem intractable?
I think basically we have not even begun to understand the problem and define it properly. We used to have a federal military government of Nigeria. As my colleague said, we live in denial. Can you have a federal military government? This country is living on a daily diet of denial and lying. When Professor Anwolise said we are not a federation, we can say we're a federation only in name, nominally. We are not a federation. We are not a democracy. We are not a republic. A republic governed by maybe 5,000 families or 1,000 families. Is that a republic?
Then what are we?
So, exactly. And so when again the chair says democracy is a journey, okay? Democracy is a journey. Modernity is a journey. I would say we must be careful. You continue to emphasize that you are embarking on a journey from 1914 and you are nowhere close to where you want to be. Then you are shifting blame and you are transferring the locus of agency. Who are those to get us to that destination or closer to that destination? I do agree that it's all about a journey. But a journey of so many years and you are not close to democracy, you are not close to federalism, you are not close to development. In fact, I want to propose that in the whole of the Fourth Republic, we have in fact recessed the democracy deficit, the development deficit has grown. So we are actually reversing, we are moving backwards, away from democracy and development, and of course federalism. I mean, I tell my students that the most important measure of democracy is not freedom, because if that were the case, then the most democratic would be the most anarchic of states. It's in anarchism you have all of the freedom you want. But the litmus test of democracy, which is where Nigeria fails woefully, is in fact restraint, self-restraint, group restraint. Where do you have it in Nigeria? A culture of impunity that has been elevated to an extent that we assume that this is normal. We have to begin to take some of these things personally. I take some of these things personally. I belong to a generation that was born in the 1950s. We have seen the best of Nigeria, unlike many other generations after us. Our children don't even know that Nigeria was good at a point in time. That Nigeria actually had political parties that depended on their members, on membership dues. That people were actually paying membership dues and were happy to belong to parties, and that these parties sank or swam on the basis of membership dues, regular membership dues. Look at any other indication of democracy and development. In the 60s, when I started primary school, I was living in what is now called Oje in Ibadan. You know where that is. There was public water. Potable water was flowing from public taps. Not too long ago, a colleague of mine who moved to the campus from outside When I say campus, I mean the University of Ibadan. The child of a colleague, a lecturer in this university, did not understand what was happening when she saw tap water coming out of the tap. And the father had to explain, that is water coming from the tap. He never saw it before. And you're talking of like a 10-year-old. So we need to get really personal and understand the calamity that has befallen Nigeria, a country of great riches and extremely poor people. Leadership is very fundamental. As I said in the morning, whether you're talking about democracy or development, we need to move away from the culture of impunity that has so enveloped us. We need to ensure that we begin to build institutions. We don't have institutions. We have organizations of offices, very incoherent. Okay? So you have an INEC that is not independent. You have an independent National Electoral Commission. Forget about it. When the crunch comes, most of our organizations lack the coherence. They have the legal frame, but they don't have the culture and the history to deliver democracy to us.
All right, bro.
And I think that is the fundamental issue that we need to address. Turning our organizations into meaningful institutions with the right kind of value systems and goals and people to deliver democracy and development to us. Otherwise, in 100 years' time, we'll still be talking about democracy as a journey, and we'll be farther away from democracy than we are now. Thank you.
That's damning. A round of applause for Prof there. It's a damning conclusion as it refers to the issue of journey and hitting the democracy. I'm coming to Precious eBay, and my purpose is on education. Professor Falola said the future of every serious country depends on its education system, and Nigeria is no exception. How do you explain our education system the way it is right now? Will it lead us to development?
Okay, from what professors have said on this panel, you would see that when there is a fundamental problem at the top, every sector is affected. So if we are saying there is a fundamental problem with the issue of our democracy, which is supposed to form the basis of our nation, that means even healthcare and every other thing will have a problem. So yes, we can all admit that there's a problem with the educational system in Nigeria. Now, what I would personally say is the problem is we need a system where everyone can be proud to associate themselves with. So we cannot directly tackle the issue of education without first tackling the issue of the nation. However, if we want to pinpoint, okay, let's just break it down and say this is the Nigerian educational sector, and now pick out the problems in the educational sector, I would want to say that we are being taught, not being educated. 90% of young people will
What do you mean by that?
Being taught is for you to be told what is required of you. Being educated is for you to be given what you need and what is essential for your livelihood.
That's also indicting this institution.
Thank you.
We are indicting all of the people here.
Okay, the thing is, if you look at a young person in Nigeria now, and you take 10 young people and tell them that, are you making money? And they tell you yes. It would shock you that 8 of those people who are making money are not making money off education that they were taught in the 4 corners of the university as young people. This now shows that what are we now being taught? Because a friend of mine was having a discussion with me, and he was telling me that he was tired of school, that he wanted to drop out and stuff. And I asked him why. He said he was well-to-do. He codes, He designs websites for brands in the US. He earns in dollars. And he was telling me that if he finishes education in Nigeria, the next thing is to get a job and make money. But he's already making money. Talking of someone earning thousands in dollars. Now, for someone like that now, it's going to be hard to explain why you need to learn in Nigeria, because he would have already been exposed to how things are done out there. So if I want to just pick out Nigeria and say this is the educational sector, I would say we should try and shift from the status quo of teaching students. Let's equip them with life skills.
Okay.
How is the world going?
Okay.
Media is like the biggest thing happening everywhere. Why don't we have in the University of Ibadan a course that is teaching social media? A course teaching you how to use Instagram. As funny as it may sound, people are making millions of these things. Artificial intelligence.
The future of work.
I tell you, there are some jobs that in the next 10 years, robots will be replacing those jobs.
Okay. All right. Thank you. I don't want you to go further. But there's a question on my head that I've been running through my head. And I've asked it on radio several times. And the question is simple. Is Nigeria in the 21st century?
On calendar, yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you for your response. But in reality, all right, I'll move to Professor Olajumoke Yakob Haliso. How are we going to functionally train the generation coming? Because Prof actually talked about giving the youth the opportunity for leadership. But how are we going to functionally train the generation coming after us in such a way that we can get to that place that Professor Adigu was referring to? How?
Thank you very much. How do we train the youth? Or how do we enable the youth to get to where Nigeria should go? I think a lot has been said about the deficiencies of the current system, frankly speaking. One couldn't say anymore. There is no democracy, there is no development. There is no democracy if we define democracy as participation, representation, accountability. This current thing we have, there isn't much participation of the majority of Nigerian citizens. That's very clear. And even in terms of numbers, more than 50% of Nigerians are female, but they are systematically excluded from participation in politics, in business, in the major sectors of the economy. So there can't be democracy when you have a patriarchy, and there can't be development. Two, when you disempower the majority, a significant proportion of your population. The youth, the number of youth in this country is also one that, if things continue the same, if the population continues to grow in the same pattern for the next 10, 25 years, then you will find that the youth we have systematically excluded today will not have the skills, the knowledge, as he has said, to actually take this country out of the gerontocracy that it is today into that future that we want, a democracy and a development, and a developed country. So what do we do? I don't think just talking about what to do with the youth will help us. We have to look holistically at the system that exists today, because you will sow what you reap. It is a law of nature. And that is simply that if we do not reorganize our polity, our institutions, and our processes today, there is no way that Nigeria will be good tomorrow. It is not a curse. There is no miracle in the countries, in the trajectory of the countries that have succeeded. They worked for it. They put structures, systems, and processes in place, and they invested in a future in order to reap that future. And we are not doing all of that. So we have to come back and say, do we just want an do we just want electoralism or democracy? Because we're having regular elections, but that democracy is gone. If we want a democracy, we are looking at two things from a political scientist perspective: institutions and processes. Institutions, a lot have been said about them. Processes in terms of who does this democracy work for and how does it work? And I think if we can have solutions along those two lines. I have read this book. I had the privilege to read it before, the drafts, before it came to press. And it is full of prescriptions. And that's one of the things that stands out, Professor Falola's understanding modern Nigeria. As Professor Adeboye said in the morning, you just feel the passion for this country to move from here to there. And in talking about understanding modern Nigeria, because again, as social scientists, we believe that for you to solve a problem, you must understand it. And then from there, you can begin to build solutions. You know, unfortunately, many of my teachers, some of them are on this panel today, as they taught me, they said, you know, there's a lot of data on Nigeria, but we don't really understand it. There are theories, there's everything. So now that we are understanding Nigeria, I believe that it's time to begin to implement. I'm not going to say let's do 1, 2, 3. We know what to do, and that's what Professor Albert just said. When are we ready to begin to implement? And for me, it starts with whatever it takes to wipe out the current crop of leaders and find people who are sincere, who will be sacrificial, who will be strategic, and who will be visionary to be in positions of leadership in order to begin to implement some of these fantastic ideas. Then the youth will have a chance. Then women will have a chance. Then various marginalized communities will have a chance to contribute to the future of Nigeria.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you so much, Prof, for that. I'm coming to Dr. Kelani, and I know that he has an instrument of changing minds. He has an instrument of influencing thinking, of building values. Have we been successful in raising a tribe that the Prof is referring to, of people of integrity through our art, people of value, people with sense of duty to want a better nation? Have we been successful through the art?
Without doubt, our democracy has no conscience at all. If we are talking about democracy and development, and we have some that have been themes in our films, the group of films we call conscience films. Democracy and development has to be about the people. There can never be true democracy or development without the people. So we have to learn to make the people the center of our democracy and development. Now, we are, according to Professor Kimishola, in an era of cultural vacuum. If at any time a people are in era of cultural vacuum, moral decay will follow. So don't be surprised that today our society has degenerated to this level. The political parties. Do we really have political parties? The political parties we have are not political parties. They are gangs. They are cults. They are economic gangs. from our film. Let me just quote the film. Akim Mishola says, the only thing that is political party about these parties is when they throw parties after winning election by any means. Then, how about the judiciary? Look, our people, the Yorubas, you know, they were not fooled when the British system, legal system came introduced to our society. They took a look, sat down, and just witnessed a case. And they came up with a proverb. Òyìnbó kọ olè, ìjáfara ni kò fẹ́. That is why somebody, somewhere, can, you know, steal 700 million naira and is not instantly clamped into jail because they're going to set up the inquiry and investigations. Why do Yorubas say, why? If you ask him directly, he will confess that he stole it. But the system does not permit that. He has to have a lawyer. You know, he has to argue the case. And in most cases, he will get away with it. In fact, it will be so stupid to lose any case of that theft. And so
what do you recommend in that area, in that particular situation? How do we deal with such fleecing?
Well,
if we are not going to go through the justice system.
Just add a final point. The problem, again, is the language of governance. See, the politicians are very smart. They come into communities, you know, and they, at that time, they will remember their Yoruba, you know, and convince the people why do you have to elect them. As a matter of fact, they don't even need the votes, and the voices of people don't count. But as soon as they get elected, they change to the English language, you know, in the houses of assemblies, perhaps in the local government, and the people are sidelined. They are not part of the process. They no longer have a voice. They don't understand what is going on. So they don't realize that these people are supposed to work for the development of the people. So the language, it is far easier to steal in English.
How?
You know, because, of course, you take your legal representative, by the time they finish with you, you don't even understand what is going on. You know, so we have to make the people the center of our development and democracy, speak the language where they will be participate in the process, you know. So otherwise, there cannot be true democracy and there cannot be true development.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. I will not belabor the matter because I still have two panelists before I move to the audience. I'm looking at the preface of this book. Let me welcome Professor Francis Ekbohari to this panel. Prof, welcome, sir. Thank you for coming here. I want to go through the preface, and there's a paragraph that is interesting to me, and I want you to listen. He says, when Nigeria becomes successful, the indicators will be clear to see. And it's corroborating what Dr. Kelani said. People will be at the center of politics rather than the masses serving the leadership. The leadership will work for the masses. That's assertion from Prof here. Would we ever get to this point?
Thank you very much. And let me apologize that I took permission to be away because I'm in between stories. That's putting it metaphorically. And I agree with that assertion, and I believe we will get there. And I also think that the reason this book was produced because even Professor Falola himself believes that we will get there. So it's an optimistic rendition that has not just left us with with problems, but has also offered solutions. But in order for us to get there, I want to draw attention to two very serious issues which we are missing. One is the fact that repeated failure is an evidence of a systems problem. And so when we are always repeating errors, it means there is a systems problem in place. And then sometimes an epiphenomenon can be, over time, become a fundamental cause itself, no longer just an effect. And what we are seeing basically is a problem that is morphing so rapidly that what are effects of yesterday are today fundamental causes today. And we are not moving fast enough to respond to this dynamic situation. In this respect, there are two issues. I want to say that there is a widening cycle of meanings and understanding in Nigeria today, and something that you can reduce to what is called the grammar war. In the fact that we are no longer able to have conversation, and if there's no communication, there can't be conversation. If there's no conversation, we can't have convergence. So the collapse of our ability is partly the cause caused by the fact that there is a high level of limited English proficiency today. Do you realize that when the president has to speak in Hausa, there's usually no conflict or contradictions? But whenever he utters a statement in English, you see multiple interpretations. Because we are no longer speaking English, but we are transliterating English. And this in itself is causing confusion for the democracy. So we can no longer converge and have conversation because we do not have even the linguistic capacity and the tools to be able to reach conclusive ends. The second problem also has to do with the widening political space. And what do I mean by this? What do I mean by this widening political space? Is that the only business of government in Nigeria is politics. And if you want to be relevant in Nigeria, you have to be part of the politics. The political space has swallowed up every other space in Nigeria, both the cultural, the educational space, whatever space you call it, it's been swallowed up by the political space to the point that everything is now politics. And what that means, basically, politics is simply a struggle for resources. If you are not in government, you are not part of government, then you are not active, you are not involved. So this is one part of the problem, and the resource wars is part of the challenges that we are facing today with democracy. But if you ask me, how do we get out of this situation? And let me just tell you that whenever there are elections in Nigeria, whether in the church, in the mosque, in cultural association, there's a crisis. And the question you should ask yourself, why is that crisis? It's a crisis of resources, because everybody knows, people are not stupid. They know that it's the way out of the current predicament. So how do we then solve this problem? I think that's very important. Is that government is looming too large. And that's one of the things I think we should try to reduce the presence of government in the life of the average Nigerian. Government has to shrink. We have to get rid of a number of agencies and so reduce the environment of conflict, contestation, and resource struggles in Nigeria. And this may mean also the need to decentralize, make politics unattractive, and to make it unattractive, it means that wages, remunerations, and the benefits of politics have to be made such that it is no longer attractive to individuals who have no business in politics. And then, of course, we also have to change the politics from a zero-sum politics to ensure that everybody has a benefit from politics. The present political environment is a zero-sum one. And in a space where government is the only business, if you are out of government, you are irrelevant. And this is one of the reasons why you are having this cross-carpeting that goes on in government. So we have to ensure that we have a political system that is based on percentages of votes in elections so that everybody has a way of benefiting from government. The point basically is that we are not an industrial system. We are still basically centered around government and government largesse. And so we have to ensure that people are taken care of. Finally, I think unfortunately, I'm in the tertiary education system. I would draw attention also that the model of tertiary education system we are practicing today does not even support the democratic system. Because rather than the horse wagging the tail is wagging the horse. So we have to ensure that we develop a tertiary education system model that is business-oriented and that is demand-driven and then it's service-oriented. What we have today basically is an oppressive system that produces outcomes and products that themselves are anti-democratic. Thank you.
Thank you. I wish I have the time to interrogate some of his thoughts, but there is no time. I will go to the commissioner here. We have Professor Mukhtar Bunza, Commissioner for Higher Education from Kebbi State. I'm going to limit my thought to you on education here. Professor Falola said, productive education deters people from pursuing ambitions that jeopardize public interest. He has brought out some issues about tertiary education in Nigeria. My brother there also talked about how we're teaching and not educating people. If we're going to approach development and find the nexus between democracy and development, education is very important. How are we going to get to that point where our education will lead us to development?
Well, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Let me first give reference to a core of our discussion, that is the book Understanding Modern Nigeria. My stake here is that the wisdom of the document, the spirit of the author is to regenerate, to encourage, to support, particularly the younger ones, not to feel weary or daunted. My position, before I address the correlation between education and development, is for us first to think positive. The moment you are negative, you are halfway a failed individual. I feel very strongly when I hear in a discourse, in a dialogue, we mesmerize, we slice ourselves as individuals and a nation. What we have are good people. What we have is a good country. The democracy we have, that we are virtually demonized. American democracy, the type of election that brought Trump into power or that brought Biden into power is not better than what we have in Nigeria. What we see in some countries, for example, in France, during the 2017 election that brought Macron to power, I was there. What was the aftermath of the election? There was this yellow vest protest that lasted for over 2 years. But the mission, the message of those poor protesters was not respected. What we need to, in my own humble opinion, is first appreciate what we have. Let us appreciate what we have, the little that we have so far achieved, and then we build on it. The so-called developed nations, they always bury their inadequacies and incapacities, and they emphasize on their achievements, the merit of their systems. While, on the other hand, here, you see that largely we condemn. I think that condemnation and negative thinking and negative approach is itself de-development. Give yourself courage. Wherever you go, you are alien. You must have to move your international passport or risk being arrested. Build this nation. Encourage the younger ones that they have future. Thus, if we instill we imbibe in the minds of younger ones they can do better than us. But when we tell them that they are boiling, they are finished, they are dead, they are condemned, we encourage them to leave us because they have the powers to live while we don't. So please let us encourage them. Nigeria is good. Nigerians are good wherever they are. In all my surgeons in the world, in Europe and America, I see prospective, productive, useful, good Nigerians. Now, to come to the issue of education. Education is the bedrock, is the cornerstone for individual, societal, or communal development. You remove education from an individual, you remove education out of Professor Falola, what is he? You have an empty mortal. But with the education he has, with the capacity he has proven, not here in Nigeria, but in US, where despite his achievement, will be labeled by a non-entity as a black professor. This is what I experienced in the US. Professor Suleiman Dian was one of the most outstanding philosophers we have today. In his presence, and semi-illiterate white is calling him black professor. Get education. Put education into practice. Wherever you go, all the universities in the world, you have Nigerians. They are faring better. We are not doing bad. The product of our universities that we most of the times downgrade, underrate. Check a graduate of UI now. Present graduation. Send him to Oxford. Send him to Cambridge. Send him to Northwestern. Send him to wherever you want to send him. You see wonders.
All right, bro. Thank you.
What I'm saying here is that the commitment, the zeal, the enthusiasm that is in Nigerians, I want it to go farther and farther so that we can reach there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prof. Thank you so much. I only hope that our enthusiasm will not deny the sense of the problem itself, that we'll understand the problem. So let's come to the audience and see, have the contributions. Where is the microphone? Yes, ma'am. I'll start from you, ma'am. And then I'll come to Prof. I'll start from her, and then I'll come to Prof here. Okay, sir. Yes, sir.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Yes, I would like to respond to the last speaker.
The name,
the
name,
last
please.
speaker, yes.
The name, please.
My name is Joke Akinyele. In as much as I am not one of those who say negative things about Nigeria, because I actually pray for Nigeria, we must not shy away from the fact that things are not the way they should be, that things are actually going down. The education Professor Falola received, and I went to the same university with him. He was a lecturer, he's my cousin. It's not the same education we are receiving now. Our products from universities are not the same as what we had that time. Most of our youths are not employable because they are not given the opportunity to be taught the way we were taught in those days. So we cannot but talk about it. Education at that time is not the same as it is now. That is one. Then number two, I have been to many meetings like this, And many times we talk about our ideas and all that. What are the strategies? What are the implications? How do we implement? Because it's one thing to mention what it should be, especially in the South. I would say I'm not here to offend anybody. In the South, we are quite knowledgeable. And I'm not saying in the North they are not, but that we need strategies and we need implementations and people to implement. One of the strategies is this. I want to ask in this hall, how many of us are members of political parties? Can you raise up your hands? That you have registered? It is not compulsory to actually be a member of a political party. But have you registered to vote? How many people have registered here to vote? Can we see the hall? A lot of us are not. And also, how many of us, those of us that have registered to vote, have we ensured that our drivers, our cooks, our cousins, and all the people around us, that they are also registered? Have we done that? So that is my contribution.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you. I know that a lot of people want to make comments, but let me go to Prof here, and then I'll go to Padeleke there.
The chairman and the panelists and the Professor Toyin Falola and the distinguished audience. My name is Ademola Aziz. I just want to speak briefly on the Nigerian educational system, and I know the panelists have also spoken extensively on that. I think we need to also have more fora where we need to also interrogate the role of the intelligentsia, because I was, shortly before this panel, I was discussing with Professor Bawale Dawe. I think the intelligentsia have failed the Nigerian system.
Can you say that again?
Intelligentsias have failed the Nigerian system. Because in other climes, when there's a crisis in any country, I mean, the state, especially the academia, to also provide solutions to problems. But reverse is the case in Nigeria.
But when they profile the solutions,
so yes, beyond profiling solutions, let me cite this, even our various institutions. We grew up as students that belong to National Association of Nigerian Students. That as students, we are dictating the pace of development in Nigeria. NANS in those days, anti-SAP was organized by Nigerian students. Anti-SAP. And we are relating well with the lecturers. The reverse is the case now. Okay. How many universities now allow student unionism in their campuses? How many?
Thank you.
So, because the issue is, how do we generate the youth who also, change the system? Where do we get them? They have to. In 2016, when I went to University of Austin, where we had that conference,
so you have to run
was they call it Student Activity Center. The facilities in that building belong to the students. And when I came back, I said, come, if I'm given the opportunity to also govern, administer my college, that I will replicate the same thing. As at now, I have a 3-story building, student activity center that is going on in my college, and that the students must also be given opportunities to also, because we should also prepare them as future thinkers who also change the system so that we can get the best.
Thank you.
Our education system must be productive, must be relevant. We have students who want to study medicine in Nigeria. We have quota system. that you say you want to regulate the number of medical doctors.
Right.
That 200 million Nigerians also deserve. So somebody will score 280 something, 300, he won't be able to get to read the course that he wants. So we need to also search ourselves to know that if you are able to also cleanse ourselves, then we can clean the political class. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the fact that you indicted your own constituency. Yes. Let me go to Professor here. Professor Wallace is also going to speak, and then we'll go to the youth at the back. Quickly, let's do it 1 minute, please. This side. Okay.
Thank you. Democracy allows everybody to participate, but some families have been in government since 50, and they are ensuring that their children, grandchildren are still coming in. You see here those names. We are not going to mention names now. Number two, democracy should allow everybody to participate, but the money being charged by each political party, I doubt whether a professor from any university can say he or she will want to be governor of any state because they have to pay 22 million.
So, some professors are doing
and they are taking 416.
All right. Thank you, bro. You can't say everything. Thank you.
Finally.
And finally.
Because
I need to do the youth, please. Just two of them at the back
okay.
there.
Allow them to speak. But we are fighting for them because if they are from poor homes, they will never get to that position. A government has appointed one of his children to be part of government in a particular state. I don't know.
I'm sure you know.
And you are talking about it.
I'm sure you know, bro.
You don't know you're talking about.
I'm sure. Yes, let's go to one of the young people there. I want the youth there and the lady here. I want to be very inclusive. Yes.
Good afternoon. All protocols are duly observed.
Just quickly.
The first one is this. The educator needs to be educated. What do I mean by this? The wealth of knowledge in which you scholars you have are being stored within your carcass. It's not being dispensed down to we that are coming. For instance, Daddy cite an example that the nuns, you don't place we the youth in leadership position and you expect us to come and solve leadership problem. It cannot work. If we are placed in leadership position, we are tutored, we pass through the processes, it will be easy for us to take over the challenge and provide solutions.
Edmond has said you should be disruptive.
We are disruptive, but for us to be disruptive enough, your wealth of knowledge, we need to tap from it.
Thank you. Let me have the lady, please. I want to have somebody from this part, and then we'll close it from
Thank
here.
you very much, sir. My
Yes.
name is Fakunle Oluwadara from Osun State University,
Welcome.
Department of History. Yes, I want to say there is an issue with the democracy. Why ideology that we cannot look for our own ideology and depend on the United States ideology? An ideology that will never work for Nigeria. An ideology that will continue to refer us to the same constitution that will not allow us to go over again and destroy the constitution and look for a new constitution. And now, talking about the education now, if we are saying that the kind of education that is being passed to the youth now are not the same as of old, is the same conducive environment that the elders had then, is it the same with what the youths are having now? A lot of them, look at the ideology I'm talking about. Those youths want to make money. An ideology that allows you to have your own private business. An ideology that do not say, okay, nobody owns anything. If you want to have anything, you have to go back to the government.
Thank you.
To have everything. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Please, can we move the microphone here and have one person here, and then we'll close it?
I thought that
just him. And
we're
then
told that we don't have democracy in Nigeria.
Thank you very much.
I just want to make a point concerning the issue Dr. Professor Adedayo raised. He talked about the media, and I think that we can't afford to undermine that, because the simple truth is this: for us to have a very good nation, we must have good media. Now, the point is this: in Nigeria, number one, do we have media? If we have, what kind of media do we have? Now, is it the kind of the media that gatekeep the truth? Now, to round off, because I can say, to round off, who can behave like Hebrew of Guardian? When he was the Minister of Information in Abacha's government, he was targeted. They wanted to kill him because he wasn't using his Guardian, to propagate lies and things like that. So, for us to have a good media, we must have responsible leadership. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please, I appreciate everyone. Professor Woli said, I'm not permitted to allow you to talk again. Do you want to allow him?
No, please.
All right, please permit me to just close here. I think the microphone to go to our chairman of the panel to close as we close here.
And a 1 minute response.
Yes. Okay. Mr. Chairman, sir, your final thought.
Okay, 1 minute.
Yes, 1 minute for each of the panelists, but your yes.
Good day, everyone. I just want to say that Nigeria will be better, Nigeria will be good, Nigeria will be great again, and the young people who are going to make that happen and people who will champion that are literally sitting here. So if the system is not working for you, you should find a way to work around the system. You should find a way to work around the system.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, my simple submission is that to build this nation, we need to show respect for joint problem solving. And that is what is lacking in Nigeria now. The belief now is that one person or one group will dictate for the entire country, and then you have peace. It has never worked else anywhere, and it's difficult for us to expect it to work here.
Thank you, Professor.
I think I'll just say, and I tend to also agree that maybe the term democracy has become too big for us to understand. But whatever it is, the bottom line is that whatever system we devise, we should make it work for us as a nation. Call it whatever you want. But the bottom line, as I said, is that it works to produce development, security, and progress. That is what we want in this country. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir.
We should never let our language and culture go, because if that happens, we are gone, we are finished. Secondly, I think there should be an abbreviated version of the Nigerian Constitution. Maybe not this one, maybe the one that is coming. And then to be translated so that everybody can have an idea of what our constitution is, what our power is. In any case, why are you calling those people honorable, honorable Fanta, honorable Coca-Cola? They are not honorable. And excellency, they're not excellent. I think we should just change all these things, and then we move forward.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Dr. Lani.
I think it is beyond debate that Nigeria is not a democracy. And we are actually moving away from democracy from day to day. If you look at Nigeria's history from the First Republic, in fact, from the colonial era, from the 1950s to now, what you see is democratic recession. It's only those who benefit from the lie that we are a democracy that can continue to say that we are a democracy. Nigeria is a very important example of the statement that when there is no democracy, there can be no development. Because the fundamentals of development can only benefit from democracy. You know, certainty of rules, the fact that you don't have impunity, And so these are issues that we just have to tackle. And my take is that we have to construct some kind of, what do you call this now, a quarantine around the Nigerian, the current crop of leadership, so that the people themselves, because I think people are more ready for democracy than their leaders, the people and Nigerian youth can begin to construct alternatives to the democratism that we have now. What is democratism? It is using the appearances of democracy to subvert democracy.
Okay,
that is what we have now. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor.
Well,
Thank you,
I think I'll just focus on the education system. If we all know, education is a socializing pipeline. It's also a leadership pathway. The truth basically is that if we want to solve the problems of Nigeria, we have to address tertiary education in these two lights. Unfortunately, the Nigerian university system now, in terms of the leadership issues, is worse than the political system. It's run by tyrants. It benefits prebendals. And we all know what happens, that cartels have taken over the Nigerian education system. So if we want something, in the next 30 years, we may get out of this if we formulate a national ideology and we use the education system as a pipeline for retraining and encouraging the new generation of Nigerians. The last thing I want to say is that the Nigerian economy will continue to generate negative outcomes until we stop this whole business of role play, because all other economies are divided between, they are like apples divided between the private and public sector. But the Nigerian economy is like an orange. The same individuals who are in the public sector are also the ones who are the players in the private sector. It's their children who are also involved. And so what we have today basically is banditry at very level, at a social level, at a regional level, at a cultural level. We are all eating up the Nigerian nation, and that is what is happening. So when you say there are some people who are bandits and some are kidnappers, the truth basically is kidnapping has various levels. The political class has kidnapped the Nigerian state. If you look at the cultural dimensions of kidnapping, it is broad. There are also the social dimensions of kidnapping. There is the class dimension. So the Nigerian state basically is like an elephant. Everybody is holding it from somewhere and eating from wherever. The problem is always when you are eating the leg and then somebody, you are interested in the tail that another person is eating.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before he comes on, I hope that this nation will listen to the clarion call of Professor Buhari about tertiary education in Nigeria. I hope so. Yes.
My last comment. We should not shift blame. In the Nigerian project, we are all stakeholders. The student, worker, politician, farmer, market, wherever, we have our own responsibility and role to play. We should play our role and give our own stake in making Nigeria great, and don't blame others. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chairman. Thank you. Mr. Chairman, sir. Maybe you can pass this to you. Okay. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Let me just quickly summarize what this panel has been able to reach a consensus on. And I think this is in agreement with Professor Falola's prescriptions contained in the book. First, we are all agreed that the question of leadership is important. There has to be a paradigm shift in terms of the orientation of our leadership and the quality of leadership that we have at all levels. The second point is the fact that we need an institutional order whereby the decision structures, the policy-making machinery has to become representative, has to become more functional, has to become legitimate, and become more efficient than. Part of the problem with our institutions is that they are neither legitimate nor efficient. So until we have legitimate and efficient institutions, we will remain running on this spot. And lastly, what I've also seen as consensus here is the role of the youth. But the youth themselves have to take up the gauntlet. It is not enough to think that taking power, getting your freedom,
is going to be served a la carte. You have to fight for it. Those who created spaces for themselves in the days of the Falolas fought for that space. If your institution does not allow for student unionism, how will you do that possible? In terms of organizing yourself, addressing press conferences, engaging in peaceful protests. These are also part of the answers to the dilemma. More importantly, I see an issue that we have not seriously touched upon, which affects the next generation of Nigerians, and that is the accumulation of debt. Before last week, Nigeria was owing 35.5 trillion. And this is why I'm very shocked that you think it's not a big deal. This is a big deal, because when you talk of sustainable development, those who are going to be affected more by unsustainable development are the youth, because it means the grave for the future has been dug in the present. As at last week, that 35.5 trillion had jumped to 44.7 trillion when the National Assembly approved the president's request for an additional loan of $16 billion. So you have a debt of 44.7 trillion that you, all of you here, have to pay in the future. Because in the next 10 years, most of the people who incurred it will leave the stage. And creditors are going to be asking you questions. What did you do to prevent that from happening? On a last note, the cost of governance. I think somebody alluded to it. We have to address it. Nigeria is not working. We are not serious. If we are serious, I cannot imagine why a government would have what we call service-wide vote. That's what we call in government, service-wide vote. It has an annual budget of about 600 billion. It is never accounted for. Service-wide vote. Nobody audits it, because the Auditor General's report has said that severally. What have we done about it? What about the numerous agencies, the signatures that we have in government, which are allocated billions and billions of naira? So if we are serious, we have to cut down our cloth and cut down, cut your coat according to your cloth. That is what we should adopt. So the question of cost of governance has to be addressed for Nigeria to be able to move forward. Thank you very much. Thank all the members of the panel.
Thank you.
Well, I think we can do better. Please keep the applause louder.
That's it. Thank you so much for appreciating us. I just want to make a last comment. I hope that the youth will want to run a Nigeria deep-necked in debt. May we see hope someday. Thank you for listening to us.
Thank you very much. You would agree with me that the session had been very interesting, very inspiring, and also very revealing. We want to thank the chairman and the moderator and all the panelists for making it a very lively evening. Ladies and gentlemen, as we did earlier, I'd like to invite Mr. Alao Adedayo to please step forward and help in rewarding our panelists for the very robust discussion they gave this afternoon. And to also inform that Professor Falola has graciously directed that each of the panelists gets a copy of Understanding Modern Nigeria pro bono. So I'd like to call on the chairman for the session, Professor Tunde Bawale. The moderator, thank you for being a wonderful moderator. A round of applause for him. Professor Francis Egbokari. Professor Olanjumoke Halisu. You already have. Professor Adigun Agbaje. Dr. Tunde Kilani. Professor Olawale Albert. Thank you very much. And to our panelists, Mr. Precious Ibe. Thank you very much. And I have to apologize to Professor Bunza. You know, we had to conscript you to join in this panel. On Professor Falola's authority, your certificate will get to you very shortly. But the book is here, so you can please step forward and also have a copy of Understanding Modern Nigeria. Thank you very much. Thank you for, So, ladies and gentlemen, can you please step forward for a group photograph as we move to the next item on the program? Thank you. Miss Karimat should please step forward for her performance.
My name is Karimot Odebode, and I'm a performance poet and a gender rights advocate. How protocols do you have served? I'll be doing a poem titled June 12. June 12. When my children asked me what democracy was, I would tell them it was school children finding solace under armed men. I would tell them it was mothers closing the eyes of their dead husbands, women removing bullets from the bodies of their sons. I would tell them it was young girls having their first orgasm at 10. Not gentle, not sweet, but forceful penetration. I would tell them it was the Dabichi girls. I would tell them the tales of Amina, Peter, and all other Chibok girls. I would tell them of crazy fanatics dying for 7 virgins. I would tell them of Baga, of schoolboys roasted seated in their dormitory at Buniyadi. I will tell them of Southern Kaduna. I will tell them of Igogo, of how a man became a terrorist for fighting for his people. When my children asked me what democracy was, I will tell them it was politicians in Agbada cutting nairas in Ghana Moscows. I will tell them it was bunch of senators fattening their bank account like cows headed to the abattoirs, while the people lived with empty stomachs and dark dreams. When my children asked me what democracy was, I will tell them it was our president traveling overseas for medical treatment. It was crazy demonstrations of poverty, hopelessness, and university students losing hope amidst countless strikes. When my children asked me what democracy was, I will tell them democracy was them all crazy. That democracy was for saner countries. How could you be sane with no jobs? How could you be sane with empty stomachs and kwashiorkor families? How could you be sane when the holy orders in this nation were the national honors, the ones done on Abiola, Babangana and Gani? I will tell them democracy was fiction, one that lived in the pages of our government textbooks, of the people, by the people, for the people. Therefore, this democracy, numbers lied. That there was no free education, no better healthcare system, that the majority of our citizens were just a sickness away to soliciting for funds on social media, that there was freedom of expression, but freedom after expression was a luxury the majority could not afford. When my children asked me what democracy was, I will tell them that the ones who sworn to protect our lives and properties sworn themselves as our enemies, that police brutality was a norm, and how innocent citizens were killed at the Lekki toll gate for demanding for a saner society. When my children asked me what democracy was, I will tell them the stories of Kolade Johnson, 16 years old Tina Ezekwe, Daddy Yata, Miriam Shobukola, Fatai Oladipupo, Chima Ikunado, Tiamiyu Kazim. I will tell them the stories of Rinjibala, the stories of Solomon, Christian, Izuchukwu Emeka Chubuike. I will tell them how their families keep clutching the heaviness in their heart. I will tell them to say their names. When my children asked me what democracy was, I will tell them how the lives of human became the harvest of herdsmen, that women were gang raped and money was asked in exchange of life. When my children asked me what democracy was, I will tell them electricity was still a luxury, and we still rejoice of NEPA. The bad roads were the coffins of our people, that we idolize looters and corrupt leaders. We made monuments in their honors, that when a man called for revolution, he spent so many nights in the comfort of a prison, that democracy was another shackle the majority lived in, that things fell apart. The center in Abuja could not load. Lawmakers fell off moving vehicle. Chairs were thrown and the maize was stolen. That democracy died June 12, 1993 along Abeokuta and Kano roads. That the labor of our leaders past was buried alongside an Egba man. When my children asked me what democracy was, I would tell them democracy was them all crazy and we are tired. When my children asked me what democracy was, I would tell them, "Shake democracy leleyi, abi crazy demo." I hope one day I will be able to sing the song of joy, to sing the song of our fathers, and tell my children that democracy was the dream that we all dreamt of. And we will be able to sing the song of our fathers. Nàìjíríà yìí ti gbogbo wa ni, kò má gbọ́dọ̀ bàjẹ́. torí kò sí ibòmíràn tí a lè lọ. Àjò lè dàbí ilé. Ẹ jẹ́ ká sowọ́pọ̀ ká fi mọ̀ ṣọ̀kan. Gbé kémi gbé. I will tell them that democracy is still crazy demo, June 12.
Guys, together for her. Thank you very much. Please permit me to quickly recognize Engineer Kayode Odeleye. Thank you very much for being here. Thank you. Also, Reverend Tiwo Fatoki, we thank you very much for your presence. The Akinyele family, Diola, Auntie Diola, Joke and Ronke, we thank you very much for finding time to attend this program. Let's quickly listen to Miss Esther Mbabe. And then after that, we call on Professor Falola to respond to everything that we've been able to do here today. Thank you.
Hello everyone. Where I come from, Lolo, Amara and Mazi Okeke still sits under the tree to sip palm wine. The sun and the moon still come out to dance to the Oyo drums. But the modernized world call me Estambablo, so let's go with that. That's my name. I'm doing a piece today that is titled Hear Word. I'm very passionate about doing spoken words the indigenous way because, well, I hate to say it, but I'm a poet that I don't really connect with poems most times, so I try to keep it indigenous so that we can all roll with it. So this piece is in Pidgin, and it goes like this. Hear word. Ify, your papa called me for phone yesterday, say you don't join them. He say you don't, they follow them boys for area, they follow woman. If you been don't even they smell ogogoro and cigar for your body sometimes. Sure you remember waiting do bomboy bar? Remember as he begin to follow them before the time when you land for Yaba left. Hear word. Tolu, your teacher see me for market today. No, true talk be say your teacher find me go market today. She say she be done the send later pay, but she just realize say you know they deliver them the message. Oh. Tolu, I send you go that school so that you go feel enjoy better, so that you go feel do better for yourself for future. You know one better. Hear word. Mama Fatima, I see your message. I say make I quick run come. Which pikin you talk say they marry Alhaji for Saturday? She na Fatima will be 13 years old. I be na her sister wey just born. You forget wetin kill Aisha last year. You forget say na because her body never ready make anybody enter na he give her cancer wey kill her. You wan kill your pikin? Hear word. Open eye o. Person wey don sabi not suppose to do like Jolly just come. Hear word o. Open eye.
Can we please put our hands together for her? Also the first. Also, you don't tell your friend me hear word. You know you have me.
I think this audience has been so wonderful. Can we put our hands together for being a very attentive, very participatory, and very exciting audience? Thank you very much for your interest in our. Right.
Now we'll be having the honoree of today's event. He'll be coming to address us, give us his reactions, and a little take. He'll be giving us a little take home with a resounding applause and a standing ovation. Let us welcome to this side of the hall Professor Toyin Falola.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Please have your seat. It's been a great honor. You've all honored me. So, as with life, so is it with career. I'll be 70 years old next year, although I'm stronger than many of the young boys here. So I have two options: either to retire in the next 1 year, but I'm too restless. I'm very, very restless. Too restless that that decision will kill me. So fortunately, I have a lifetime appointment, which is not, my appointment does not require me to retire, which does not mean I won't retire. So I changed my mind. I said, okay, I will retire when I'm 75 for now. If I'm 75, I may also change my mind and say I'll retire when I'm 80, and change my mind, I'll retire when I'm 90. So why this is important is when you get to close to the last phase of your career, you are not doing books that are motivated by the requirements of the people you work for. So I now said, how do I close my career? I had two motivations. One is for me to become a missionary. I have this idea of opening high school in various places, use my extensive network to make those schools free, but it's not going to work for me. So I now said, why can't I create legacy books, legacy projects? By legacy projects, I'm saying, when I'm dead, what do you remember me for? So I said, okay, I will do the following. I will write 3 books on Nigeria. By the time this is done, it will be 2,500 pages. That's my contract. For those of you who think this is a big book, you're going to read 3 of these. So I said, okay, let me write about the Yoruba people as a closing project. So I did a book for Cambridge University Press, Yoruba from Past to Present. And I'm doing Global Yoruba. What have the Yoruba given to other people, and what have other people given to the Yoruba people? And I'm also working on Yoruba metaphysics. So things like Aye, Orun, Iba, Elenini, Ashini, all those concepts that you play with, inshallah, as Muslims will say, I will bring that project to conclusion in December. So we are doing that. Some of you in this hall, you are contributing to the handbook projects. There are 20 volumes. The handbook of Nigerian women will be released next week. It's in 3 volumes, 2,700 pages. Yeah. None of these books is going to be small. My indexer is here, Lagos proofreader from Lagos. She's my indexer. Thank you. Thank you a lot. She's a professional indexer. So then I said, the 3rd cluster, I want to write on the production of knowledge. Production of knowledge. She just finished indexing a book of 700 pages, Decolonizing African Studies. That will be out in January. And then I look at religious systems, our religious systems, and say, what are the ideas in them? In this cluster of decolonizing knowledge, The idea is we don't have to rely on Western knowledge systems. We have our own, which we have not been using. When they were creating these universities, university like Ibadan, things like that, we lost a critical moment. And I've argued, why don't we have a BA in IFA studies, Ifanology? Why don't we have a BA in kinship studies? These are things that belong to us, that we know them far better than any other. So the advice I gave here, they don't listen to, but I went to West Africa, to South Africa, and we now have a BA in witchcraft. We've started it. So the ideas that I give here, that they go to waste, other people use them. I suggested we have a degree in overship. 2 countries have taken up the idea. They'll be awarding degrees in kinship studies. Because anytime you have something organic to you, that is very organic to you, you should not let it go to waste. And those are my closing careers. And some of you have been saying, what about your memoir? I will write my memoir, and I will write it next year. It's titled My Encounter with Islam. That is going to be my project. A student came to me and said, the book is expensive. There is no book to buy, even if you want to buy. This book is published by Cambridge. It's not produced here. So what I did, we shipped copies that we wanted to give away because of some problems at the Lagos airport. Usually they would divert books to Lume or to Cotonou. They would divert containers to Lume or Cotonou, from where they will now enter Nigeria. So it has no cost. And for those of you who buy books produced abroad, unless you subsidize it, it's not possible. One day at Babcock, I saw the Pan-African University Press table, Encyclopedia of the Yoruba. They were selling it for 2,000 naira. That book is $75. So for those of you as students, we have to heavily subsidize it. You won't pay 15,000. You pay far, far less. The only thing is that I don't know when the books will arrive. I will only read the preface of the book. And thank you. I started in the preface by saying discussions on Nigeria have become routinized in all spaces, from small villages to the big cities, from the local to the global. Such discussions are filled with the familiar, the grandiose, and the bizarre, both in private and public. No one is foolish or wise when discussing the country, as the wise can make silly statements about Nigeria, and the foolish can proclaim great insights. There is love of country, and that love of country has been demonstrated today, as pleasant talks in drinking places can celebrate the consumption of pomo, cow skin, with that of pepper soup over cold bottles of beer. There is resentment of country as people give staggering figures of money stolen from the state, and there are politicians who keep the money in cemeteries, fridge, sewage tank, and there are houses inhabited only by money. As theft becomes more staggering, missing money could have been swallowed by a cobra. I thought you would laugh. Familiar narratives speak to the following. anytime people talk about Nigeria, they talk about discord, anomie, insecurity, hunger, migration, individualism, corruption. The religious people turn to God and prayer. The socialists speak to people who believe in violence. The modernists imagine Africa in terms of institutional efficiency. And the corrupt see opportunities in chaos. What you call chaos in Nigeria is very profitable for a number of people. The Yoruba call them Arijeni Mandaru. The blame is heaped on the colonial history, post-colonial leadership. I'm skipping. The narratives on post-colonial Nigeria are full of ambiguities and contradictions. And those are very common. And then the preface itemizes the divisions in the book and the content of each segment. The conclusion in the preface, which will be my conclusion this afternoon. When Nigeria becomes successful, we are all going to see the indicators. People will be at the center of politics. The poorest members of society will be able to put food on their tables and meet their basic minimum needs. A system of economic justice will be in place. People's religions and places of birth will not set limits to their ambitions and goals. Opportunities for social and economic mobility will be everywhere, irrespective of regions, villages, and cities. Social justice will not be linked to ethnicity, religious beliefs, or places or accidents of birth. The media will be free. For now, we live in a fragile country. And the acknowledgement closes by saying, since the country called Nigeria was yet, let me move backwards a little bit. In biblical mythology on God and creation, Genesis 2:1-2 says the following: thus the heavens and the earth were completed, and all their hosts. By the seventh day, God completed his work which he had done, and he rested on the seventh day from all his work which he had done. Since the country called Nigeria was yet to be created by then, God's work remains to be fully done. God, you have rested enough. It is time for you to wake up and devote another 6 days to the making of Nigeria. Thereafter, God, you can now have your final rest. My task of narrating the history and progress of Nigeria is also an incomplete project. When the giant of Africa wakes up, I have to work on a new edition of this book. Meanwhile, the analysis and reflections are based on what is current, real, observable, and messy. As you all are fond of saying, it is well. It will be well with you. Thank you. Where is my certificate? Certificate of presentation.
Can we please give a bigger applause to the honoree of today's event? Can we please give a bigger applause to the honoree of today's event? Do we have the convener of today's event around?
All the wahala, all the problems, all the things we would think say you good.
Okay, up next we'll be having the vote of thanks to be delivered by Dr. Afolayan. Dr. Afolayan. Okay. Put your hands together as Mr. Wali Gazao gives us the vote of thanks. A resounding applause.
Thank you. On behalf of my convener and my team, I want to thank this distinguished audience for being patient with us. I haven't stayed this all through the program. We appreciate you. And under the auspices of the honoree of today, Professor Toyin Falola, you had him. He had rightly noted that come in the future, we can only look forward to gatherings like this under his name. Meanwhile, we gave out a form for us to fill. Please, as you step out, kindly drop the form with the registration desk. We will reach out to you. We appreciate you so only, and we pray you get to your various abodes safely. Thank you for coming. Thank you all.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of today's event. Thank you for staying till the end. We appreciate you, and subsequent events you'll be notified. My name is Precious Ibe. From me to you, good evening.
Who be government teacher? Corruption and tradition. Who be government teacher? Corruption and tradition. 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 And the problem side of a teacher and student, I go sing about. I don't pass speaking, I don't pass school. University self pass. As I don't start to work, the government I must not face though. You go for France, England, Italy, Germany, and then culture. For the British, for them go China, Russia, Korea, Vietnam.